Welcome in everybody to the I'm going to be the first to welcome you to the 2025 NFL Draft. Jake Shavink here. It is year 9 of this live show. For those who have been supporting the channel for a long time, welcome back. It's good to have you back. Thank you for all the support over all these years. And for those who may be joining who are new, welcome. I hope you enjoy and stick around for what should be a pretty entertaining draft. There's not a lot of consensus after a certain number of picks, and that's where things can get interesting. There's been a ton of talk today about teams trying to move back, trying to move up, right? We had a trade already today. It maybe not as big as you might think, but it's something that we're going to quickly break down before we kind of get into all of this, because I think there's some posturing going on because of that move. So a lot of teams we'll get to. We'll talk about a ton about what moves could be made before the festivities begin. I do think we know what the first overall pick, second overall pick, and maybe the third overall pick will be. So yeah, I'm excited for that. And for those who are new here, by the way, we're tipping picks. We're not going to wait around for the commissioner to walk out. All right. That's not what we're going to do. We're getting into the analysis immediately for this. So I hope you guys are okay with that. Ian the Great's in here says Packers draft a wide receiver today. Locking it. It was actually in 20 minutes before we got going. Joseph Gleason has brought this up about Trey Hendrickson being on the wish list, even though he's, I think either 30 or approaching 30. And his wish list is Hendrickson, Shemar Stewart, trade down. So it seems like Joseph wants an edge. Scott wants Trey Amos to the Packers. I'm in on that for sure. Daniel says, go Pack, go. Nick Valente, good buddy from the camps I do, tuning in. Appreciate you joining tonight. I know you really enjoyed my Roma Doomsday to the Bears reaction. Looks like the Bears might be getting a top flight talent in this draft. There's a really good chance, I think, that Ashton Jeanty could fall to 10. But I want to get to this first because Rappaport tweeted a nice little trade that went down earlier today, and we're gonna bring this up here because I think there's something of note with this. Okay, so you got the Texans trading 2 5th-round picks this year at 166 and a 5th-round pick in 2027 to the Browns. The Browns are trading 6th-round picks, 2 of them in 2025, and a 7th-round pick in 2025. Texans maybe get some more swings there late to potentially kind of rebuild and reshape an offensive line that loses Laramie Tunsil. D'Amico Ryan says he wants, more buy-in there, and they have to make moves on the offensive line over the next 3 days, for sure. But what the Browns are doing is they're getting 2 5th-round picks here. Denver does not have a 5th-round pick. Now, there is talk about Denver trying to move up into the top 10. So, it could be a different team. But the Browns are accumulating this ammunition right now in terms of the 5th-round picks, I think, to move up from 33, potentially as far as they possibly can, to get ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who I think are very in on Shedeur Sanders. Will they trade up for Shedeur Sanders? No. But I think Pittsburgh, from my buddies in the Pittsburgh space, they've talked about the fact that if Shedeur Sanders is available at 21, they will pick him. So I think Cleveland knows and is very aware, because the Steelers often tip their hand, that they have to get in front of them by any means necessary. And so I think they're looking to do that as we get underway. So I'm excited to see what happens. I know that the Giants and the Saints are 2 other teams that have been talking about trading back into the first round, which could be a possibility. We could see that happen for these QBs, because I think as we all know, first one's coming off the board here at 1, right? The Tennessee Titans, 99.99 infinity nines chance that Cam Ward is the first pick here. They've made all the moves necessary, right? Last 2 drafts, Peter Skoronski, J.C. Latham, go sign Dan Moore to a big contract. Is Dan Moore very good? The jury's out on that. But they did everything they could to put that infrastructure in place so that the new QB can come in. And I think it will be Cam Ward, and we'll get to talk about that later. But after that, the QB kind of reshuffling and all that, I don't know how it's going to fall. The Saints have been in and out. We've talked about the Giants and the Browns trying to move up. Is there maybe a sleeper in there? Seattle, potentially. They have a lot of picks, though. They could wait till round 2. They've got a lot of picks. They got 5 in the top 85. Maybe the Rams looking for the Stafford succession plan. I know that's been brought up. So that'll be interesting to see where the QBs go, but that's obviously not the strength of the class, right? The strength of the class is the defensive line. And I think the biggest thing with that is you have different flavors, right? You have your 3 techs, you have your kind of more versatile pieces like maybe a Derek Harmon, right? Who I think, I think Packer fans are very interested in Derek Harmon falling to 23. I know Pittsburgh, if Shedeur Sanders is off the board, would consider Harmon. Cincinnati, Arizona, even San Francisco at 11 could consider him. There's the Walter Nolan part of this equation as well. Elite movement skills at defensive tackle. He moves like nobody else in this class. He is a tier above in terms of all the athletic traits. But there's been talk about, what happened from, at Texas A&M, from certain like coaches and recruits and all that of like, hey, what was the issue here character-wise? Was NIL related? I don't know. But Nolan has special ability. And if he improves that consistency snap to snap, he might be a top 3 player from this draft class. So I'm excited to see, where he lands tonight. Obviously, Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, the 2 Michigan guys, both offering different skill sets. It'll be interesting to see where they go tonight. And then you have the edge rushers. There's plenty of them. A lot of them at the top are kind of your corner turners, right? Your high side rushers, win with speed, win with bend. Abdul Carter, James Pierce, Donovan Jackson, Mike Green. And then you have kind of more your edge setters, 4-3 guys who maybe can unlock stuff as a pass rusher, but haven't quite yet. Michael Williams and Shemar Stewart. Those are 2 players that I do think we will see go tonight as well. And then there's the receiver questions of it all, right? Of, okay, who goes first? Does McMillan go first? Does Matthew Golden go first? Right? Do people buy into the 4-2-9? I think that's going to be an interesting development there. How far could Tet fall if he's not maybe the Dallas pick at 12? So yeah, I can't wait to find out. And does Jeanty going early start something where, Dallas gets in on Hampton or Travion Henderson goes in the first? We could see that. We certainly see that. I don't know if we've gotten underway. Let me know if the commissioners got up there, if the Titans are actually on the clock. But I'm going to pull up Daniel Jeremiah's final mock. It should be a nice little comfy graphic here. Yeah, here we go. I want to, there we go. Yeah, okay. Speaker view and presentation view are working. That's good news. So Jeremiah's final mock was interesting. Nick says he's wearing the Rome jersey at camp. That's nice. Titans are on the clock officially. There are 9 minutes left. I'm sure I'm going to get a notification at some point here from Ari Merov, from Rappaport about who the pick is going to be. Can't wait to find out. Heard Clay Matthews was on the stage. People are tweeting me about that. So I don't know what he said. That'll be interesting to hear in the playback tonight. But Daniel Jeremiah, right? Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell have been very chalk. I think Campbell has even become more of a massive betting favorite to be the pick at 4. Understandable. Patriots want to protect Drake May. Totally understandable from him. Then it gets interesting. Jeanty at 5, Banks, Membu, Graham falling all the way to 8. The Bears pick Tyler Warren. Gray Zabel is the big one. Going 11th. That, to me, seems a little rich, but, if you don't need a surefire tackle, then maybe that's where you're looking. But I think San Francisco, should potentially be looking for that Trent Williams replacement in Josh Simmons, who I know is, the patellar tendon injury is an issue. But all the reports have been positive. So that's interesting. Denver moves up for Loveland. Jaylen Walker, Emeka Egbuka going to the Cardinals, I find very interesting. The Giants going all the way up to 18 with Seattle. Again, Seattle might do this from 18 even further back because they could essentially own day 2 if they do this. That could be where the Giants and Browns are kind of fighting over to get ahead of Pittsburgh, especially if Denver's going to move up, right? They're not going to be a trade-out candidate. See, then the chess game starts to go. The Packers and Maxwell Hairston have been very popular the last few days, which to me says that's not going to happen because I feel like once Hairston was I think very much in play when it was a non-consensus selection, and now that it is, I fear that it will be something else. Quick on that, the Packers shortlist for me tonight in terms of who I would want. who I would want first is I want Colston Loveland, because I think he changes your offense, and I can write a dissertation on how he could change an offense because of some folks I've followed who have, I think done a really, really nice job kind of outlining how he can change things, especially with hey, we're moving towards a run first, under center play actions coming back, right? We're not, we're kind of being less spread, fewer deep shots, attack the middle of the field. I think he can be that. Trey Amos, of course, for me, is up there. I have him as corner 2 in this class. I think he's experienced, coverage, versatile. We'll get to talk a lot more about him when he gets picked tonight. Josh Simmons, talked about that with the injury. I don't think he's on here for DJ. No, he isn't. So that's interesting. I know there's no Mike Green on here either. He's not one for me, but Nolan and Harmon certainly could be convinced of Grant. I would also not mind Malachi Starks because, yes, he plays safety, but man, I don't know. He might be able to play boundary corner. The ball skills are off the charts. The football intelligence is off the charts. So I added him to my list, but those are my guys who I think it will be. I think Amos, Harmon, Stewart, and Hairston are the 4 guys that I would expect the Packers to consider. Joseph Gleason saying, speaking of Zabel, do you think there's a chance Green Bay considers him with the importance of the position group and Morgan potentially competing for left tackle? Maybe. I don't know. Morgan competing for left tackle, I don't know if that's posturing or not, to be honest. I think it's way more likely that Green Bay takes Simmons or Connerly, right? I don't think Banks is going to get down to them based on what we've been hearing recently. But, yeah, I imagine we are going to I think Green Bay would lean more towards a true tackle. I kind of think the Jordan Morgan thing is, I don't know. To me, it's a little strange. I'd rather have him at guard, to be honest. Okay, so here we go. The Titans have selected Cam Ward. I'm going to try to keep the ticker going down at the bottom for those who are just watching online here. If you're also watching the draft, that makes perfect sense. But the Titans have picked Cam Ward. We're going to get to him because it's an important one. It's a potential franchise-changing one, right? And I'm going to get this out of the way because it's tougher to see. But Cam Ward, right, 6'1" and 7'8", 224. He was a 0-star recruit. From 0-star recruit to number 1 overall pick is truly, truly incredible. Truly, it goes to Incarnate Word for 2 seasons, then to Washington State for 2 seasons, then to Miami for his final one. Throws for 43-13, 39 touchdowns, 7 picks. I love the big-time throws and turnover-worthy plays from PFF. I think that does a great job illustrating, high leverage stuff where you're making plays, but also in high leverage spots. And just in general, where you are putting the ball in harm's way. A lot of turnover-worthy plays for Ward. He's got, I think, somewhere around 84, 85 turnover-worthy plays the last 4 seasons. When he's got 500 dropbacks in a season, which is 4 of his 5, he's had at least 18 turnover-worthy plays in a season. 8.44 yards per dropback, which is up near the top in the league. And he had the top QBR, which is kind of an efficiency metric, not passer rating, but was first in college football in 2024. So when you look at Cam Ward, what do you see? To me, I think there's high highs and some low lows, and I think you're kind of betting on, all of it coming together, because I think when you look at the upside, he is certainly near kind of the tier maybe below where the top 3 were last year, right? With Williams, Daniels, May. I think he's a little below that, but the ceiling might be as high as, where apparently Daniels has reached already and where I think Williams and May can reach. He's got impressive arm talent, right? He can drive the football. He can generate good velocity on it, right? He can change arm angles, which is sometimes to his benefit, sometimes to his detriment, and we'll get to that. But I do think he does a good job working around, pass rush at times, right? It helps him get the ball out quicker, right? You kind of got that shortstop mentality that Patrick Mahomes has often adopted, right? Matthew Stafford has a little bit of that too. So when you don't have to set your feet and you can sometimes just throw with a different arm angle, that can certainly help. He can vary pace on his throws. He throws with good touch, right? He can layer some stuff to, the intermediate part of the field, which I think is really impressive. And then and an important one here, high level ball placement and high level anticipatory throws all over the film, right? Anticipating where the space is going to be, right? I think it is huge, right? And especially with the speed of the game and how quick things move, You have to see coverage pretty quickly post-snap and be able to identify where the ball needs to go. And it's not see it, throw it. It's anticipate where the space is going to be, anticipate the route break. He does both at a high level in spurts, for sure. He shows pre-snap command and control, right? He's shown high-level processing moments, and again, high-level ball placement as well, leading receivers where they need to go. Sometimes, though, and he's elusive and creative out of structure, of course, but sometimes he's got a little. My comp for Cam Ward sometimes is Icarus, where he flies a little too close to the sun. He's getting just a little too close. He's testing the limits at times, where he gets elusive and creative, but sometimes it's holding the ball too long a little bit, or getting to a point in the rep where he's forcing some throws, which isn't always the greatest thing for him, right? And he also kind of has some bouncy footwork. The Packers fans in here, they know about this. Right, Jordan Love, bouncy footwork. What can that do? That can create a disconnect between where your head's at and where your body is, and that disconnect can be then lead to accuracy issues because your mechanics aren't in sync, right? And I think that is something that must be cleaned up when he gets into those those different arm angles. Sometimes he gets to the point where he's just relying on it, and he doesn't need to rely on it. And you see when you get to the side like that, sometimes the chest is up and you're sailing some throws. So that certainly happens, and he is a little too aggressive. Now, would I rather have a guy who's too aggressive like Ward, who throws with better anticipation and try to dial it back? Yes, I would, because that means he's not, he's not somebody who is hesitant. And when you're hesitant, that's when you lose out there. So at the very least, Ward isn't that, but there, I think, are a lot of things to clean up where it isn't the cleanest number one overall pick, but it is one nonetheless. And I'm excited to see what he can do at the next level. So yeah, I think Cam Ward is a really fun pick for them. And I think they're going to have to, in my opinion, address receiver on day 2 at some point. Maybe his teammate, right? Maybe his teammate Kyle Williams, from Washington State, who can help with, stretching things vertically, right? They just brought in Lockett at receiver to kind of maybe be his slot guy. Maybe a little bit of Z for him, but Lockett does a great job of finding space and then getting down on the ground, right, to secure the football. I think that maybe lends itself more to a slot player nowadays than elsewhere, but there are going to be options, right, for Tennessee to go, okay, let's add somebody next to Ridley, which I think is something that they should definitely consider. Lee says Cam to Seattle would be nice. Sit for a bit. Yeah, it would be nice if all these QBs could sit for a bit. I don't think Cam's going to get that luxury to do so. He's probably going to be thrown in there immediately, which is fine. It is what it is. Lee, are you guessing that Seattle's going to move up? Is that what you're saying? Oh my. Whoa. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is a big one to start with here because we got to change some stuff on the ticker. The Jaguars and Browns are trading picks. Wow, Jacksonville's going to get them. And I hope they play them both ways. My goodness. Holy cow, Jacksonville has 2. So here are the details for those that saw that probably before me. Browns are getting 5. They're getting 36, which is a big one for the second round. The Browns got another first for that too. So the Browns get 5, 36, 126, and a 2026 first. The Jags get 2, 104, and 200. So Jacksonville gave up a lot here to ensure what I think will be Travis Hunter. But the Browns, maybe they're taking Shedeur at 5 now. Now it gets fascinating. It's fascinating here. The Browns get so much. Jacksonville, though, this would be pretty special to watch because I presume, this is what we're gonna get here. So I'm excited to see this for sure now. Wow. You talk about making a massive splash. And I mean, we know who it is, right? We know who it is. It's got to be Hunter. They're not trading up using that much for Ashton Jeanty. It's just not happening, right? It is. It is Travis Hunter. The Jaguars are selecting him. Wow. 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 What else can you say, really? That it probably hurts me a little because I think he's not going to play full-time receiver, and I was kind of hoping the Browns were going to pick him so he would. Whoa. Yeah, shout out to Draft Day. The Browns making moves here. That is crazy. That is crazy. He's going to Jacksonville, folks. James Gladstone, new GM, young GM, says we're going to get aggressive and go get, I think, the best player in the draft. I do. I think he is the best player. So we're going to get to Hunter here. Joseph says Browns should pass on QB and take Bo. Are we taking shots at Marcus Bo? Joseph, you don't like him? Strange person to catch a stray. But all right, let's get to Travis Hunter, shall we? And with Travis Hunter, it's a little different, right? It's a little different. We have two graphics to talk about because this is a generationally unique talent at this in the NFL draft. You just don't see players like this. Why can I not get full screen out of this? There we go. Membu. Yeah, Membu's good. All right, here we go. Okay, so Travis Hunter, let's talk about this. Gotta get this thing up. Okay. So a massive splash. I mean, there were reports that the Browns were looking to move down, which I thought was kind of silly. But here we are. Clearly, with the Browns doing so. So Jacksonville, 6'0" and 3/8", 188. So now let's talk about the corner first for Travis Hunter. And I think at the corner position, he's definitely more valuable, right? You have so much access to space and different body types and different skill sets at receiver that you can build around nowadays that obviously he is more valuable at corner. It's hard to find elite of elite corners than very good receivers. However, I think he can be an elite receiver, and we'll get to that. But 2024, 4 interceptions, 11 passes defense, had 3 and 5 the year before, right? The missed tackle rate was pretty good in 23. It went up a little in 24. That's something to note. But in 2024, a 39.9 passer rating allowed. That is essentially the same thing as throwing the ball into the ground after the snap. I think it's like 39.3, 39.1, something like that. So very similar, which is nuts, by the way. And Travis Hunter, I think the whoa, here he is moment for Hunter was last year, year before, 2023 against UCLA, where he made like 4 or 5 splash plays in the game where he is instinctive, reading the quarterback's eyes. The closing burst is insane. How much ground he can cover in so few steps is nuts. And then obviously the ball skills, extension, make plays. He did a couple of those where he's peeling off the flat route, working to the corner, and right, it may have had a third pick in that game if the ball wasn't tipped at the line because he peeled off a flat route in the red zone as well to pick another pass off. So he could have had 3 picks against UCLA, and you go, yep, he's different. That's it. It's over. So yeah, closing burst, ball skills. He can sit high-low on routes because he's so supremely athletic and instinctive and obviously the ball skills to match where he can sit on the flat routes and work to the corner or vice versa, almost taking away 2 routes at once, right? And obviously if he's fluid in transition, right? You see some corners sometimes lose a step or a half step, especially in the horizontal transitions, right? In breakers, out breakers, you see them lose a step a bit, and that's where you see some separation gains for receivers a lot, at least the better ones. But Hunter is so fluid with the movement skills that he sticks in the hip pocket no matter what, and route concept anticipation as well. But there's a little more to the equation. Travis Hunter, the receiver, had an outstanding year in 24, doing everything he possibly could to help his team on both sides of football. Had 1,250 yards, 58 yards, 15 touchdowns, 2.5 yards per route run. We always like to see numbers above 2 for the career. And Hunter obviously posting 251. And it could be higher, right? Fantasy points data said something without screen passes, where sometimes he's on the other side of the field, not getting a target or not even running a route because it's not part of the offense where you get counted as a route run in that scenario, right? Quote unquote. But man, I mean, 11 of 17 contested balls for a 6 foot and change 188 guys nuts. He can force missed tackles in space. Again, the movement skills are ultra rare at receiver, right? That's who he is, right? The twitch, the quickness, acceleration, right? The amount of displacement he can make after 1-2 steps in and out of cuts is nuts, right? It reminds me of the Justin Jeffersons. It reminds me of the Garrett Wilsons. And I don't feel like that's hyperbole at all. Wicked release work, right? And the ability to accelerate once he's got that last foot in the ground, whether he's gaining ground or doing so at the line of scrimmage, right? His throttle control is off the charts, right? Decelerate, reaccelerate, all of those things. And obviously the ball skills, right? And because he knows the ins and outs of both positions, he can be one step ahead a lot of the time, right? High point track, adjust to the ball. He's got the great vision. He's very sudden, but he's got elite acceleration. And you only got to see that a few times. BYU bowl game, opener against North Dakota State, where he could turn things into a house call very quickly. And so because he understands coverage, he knows where to attack space. All of that is so good, and he is truly generationally unique. We may never see a player like this again. Did a video on him on the channel if you're more interested in some of how the film looks for him. But truly incredible stuff. I'm really excited for Hunter. I think he could be a guy who, maybe pushes the envelope a little bit and says, yeah, this is going to be a different organization with me coming in. Him and Brian Thomas at receiver would be nuts, truly. And I imagine it's going to be a package, right? And Liam Cohen, as a play designer, is going to get creative with that package of plays. If that's indeed what he's going to do. I don't know. I assume they announced the pick on television. Can anyone tell me if they announced him for both positions? I would hope they did. That would be way too cool of an opportunity not to do that. But wow. Truly incredible. And yeah, I mean, him and Tyson Campbell, right? They add Jordan Lewis to be the slot corner in free agency. Well, I was kind of on a mock draft last night saying, well, the Jags could use corner, I guess, right? And we were going through stuff of what they would do in the second round, and it was kind of like, yeah, he could be a corner. And, Jags could need one, and it turns out, yeah, looks like they're going to get one. They did announce both. That's sick. That's awesome for him. I love that. He deserves it. So, Lee says if I had Hunter, I'd love him play wide receiver when down, corner when up. That's interesting. And I know he wants to play both ways. And I feel like, stay with me on this one. A young general manager, right? Not thinking about the old ways of doing things. Could be exactly the guy where he goes, yeah, as long as, you're taking care of yourself, hydration, fitness, all that, nutrition, all this, let's do that. Let's prepare to do that. So I love it. I think it's, going to be just so exciting. Jacksonville becomes very, very exciting on Sundays now with Travis Hunter. And apparently pick is in for the Giants. It's going to be Abdul Carter for the Giants, which makes a ton of sense, of course. Again, that was very, very chalk. And I think that means that the Giants are going to explore trading Kayvon Thibodeau because, let me see here. Anyway, yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Daniel Jeremiah, sorry for the delay there. Daniel Jeremiah had them coming up to take Dart at 18 in his final mock draft. So that's, something of note. Keep an eye on that as well, because again, there was a lot of posturing today about who's going to pick where, but and now the Browns at 5, it might be Sanders. Let's get to Abdul Carter here to chat about him. And I have a little something extra for that as well as we go into our new view here. So yeah, 6'3", 250 for Abdul Carter, right? 33-inch arm length, had 28 pressures. Stick with me on this. 25 tackles, 4.5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss, and 5 passes defense and a pick. In 2023, he played off the ball, right? He played away from the ball. He was more of a true linebacker than an edge rusher. Penn State says, okay, we lose Chop Robinson, right? We lose the other guy that I can't think of, Adisa Isaac, lose both of those guys in his draft previous, says, okay, let's put you at edge rusher, and then turns in a 66 pressure, 12 sack, 24 tackle for loss season, and you go, yep, okay, he's got it. Yeah, I mean, he's a springy, explosive rusher, right? Ability to turn the corner, win on the high side rush, and he times things super well at the top of the arc, right, in terms of the hand usage with a swipe, a rip, no matter what it is, to flatten that angle to the quarterback. When you can flatten your angle on the high side of the rush, that's important, because otherwise you're just going around in a circle. Tackles will happily push you all the way around the arc if you can't flatten your angle at like 6-7 yards, maybe 8 sometimes, but if you can't do that, it's not very beneficial. But he can, and he can maintain that acceleration around the corner as well, right? And I think he's a better run defender than given credit for. Now, I'm not saying that he is a true 4-3 defensive end run defender, right, where he's going to truly be able to hold up. But I think, with linemen on the move, he's going to be able to handle things. He can get off blocks and get around blocks when needed to, right? He's flexible. He's got quick change of direction skills to get around blocks as well. But he can still play physical at the point of attack, right? And has great vision to understand where the run's going. Do I need to get to the right gap to make a play very quickly? And obviously has closing burst and speed in spades as well. I just think improved counters, right? He got to around the arc a lot. He can work the inside move, but you'd love to see him develop a couple more things. But Abdul Carter, Brian Burns with Dexter Lawrence, got to be really exciting. Got to think about, if Deonte Banks could take a step forward, right? That could help things a lot. Like, they got Tyler Newman. They have Drew Phillips playing slot corner, right? That is something that I think, the defense could maybe take a step up as now they potentially look for their QB. Because I imagine it's not going to be Jamison Russ all season long. But the Giants get into a nice position. They get, I think, the last blue chipper that isn't a running back on the board. There's this too. Hang on. So this is the potentially what Abdul Carter's relative athletic score would have looked like. These were the testing numbers that he did at Penn State's Pro Day in 2024. Right, where obviously they send some underclassmen through it. Of course, Alabama does it plenty of times, but apparently this is what we would have gotten, which I think is pretty strong. I'd say it's all right. I think it's a pretty solid score there. So, is the New England pick in? I imagine it is. They got to be. The Browns are obviously going to be on the clock here. Here, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to stop Cam for 2 seconds. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, the Browns. It's got to be Shedeur, right? Got to imagine. Have to imagine it's Shedeur at this point, because I'm trying to understand what the process. But maybe it's Membu, like Joseph was talking about. Maybe it is, but maybe it's build around Shedeur like that. With a bevy of selections. Can't wait to see. This I feel like is probably Campbell, right? It's been very chalky for the last 72 hours or so, but we'll wait and see. Oh, I now see what Clay Matthews did, and that's hilarious. So that's really good. Make sure hit the thumbs up on the stream, make it a little more discoverable, of course, for everybody. I would appreciate that a ton, as we're kind of in the lull here early, where these kind of first 10 can be a little bit more deliberate, shall we say. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this defensive front in New York, looks in 2025. So Joseph Gleason says, do you buy Campbell as a tackle? Yeah, I think you have to try him there first, right? If you try him there first and it doesn't work, I think you have a Pro Bowl guard on your hands. And I think New England, if they have any hesitancy on Membu at all, that they should just take that chance, because I do think if Josh Simmons from Ohio State, the tackle, was healthy, I wouldn't hesitate picking him at 4 if I were the Patriots, right? If he didn't have any of this patellar tendon issue, right, and he played the full season healthy, I think we would have been talking about him here for a long time. But because of that injury, it is what it is. Here we go. Okay, it is indeed Will Campbell. The Patriots have selected him. Now the Browns are on the clock. Who knows what's going to happen? The Browns. Oh, it's so Browns, though. It's so Browns to move out of the the pick for Hunter. It's so them. So them. Here, I'll start the fire a little bit. I'll just list Will Campbell as O-line for fun there. Man, that's wild. I still can't believe the Browns did that. But there we go. On the ticker, it is updated. Browns are on the clock. Can't wait. Travis Hunter apparently said to ESPN, they put me on the phone with both coordinators. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I don't know if I've been this excited for, a player at the top of the draft, because obviously, for me, of course, as a Packers fan, we're not picking very high. Little flex there for you, but no, seriously, I think the QBs are always interesting, of course. Obviously I was big on Malik Neighbors, but this is just so different. It is a guy who is doing everything possible to play two positions. Let's talk about Will Campbell, shall we? Shall we talk about Will Campbell here? Let's do it. Okay. So Will Campbell going to the Patriots. Again, not a surprise, right? They got to help protect Drake May. Their offensive line was literally putrid last season. 6'5" and 7/8, 319, right? The arm length is obviously the question. Everybody's talking about it, 32 and 5/8. But he had a 991 RAS. Clearly, again, a very athletic player at the tackle or guard position, whatever you want to say. And I think 319 is plenty big enough for guard, by the way. There have been plenty of guys, that have hung around 310 to 315 at guard. I do think, with the kind of shift that we're seeing around the league in terms of running the ball under center stuff coming back, 320, I still think is very adequate if he had to kick inside. 2,548 snaps at left tackle in his career, and just 4 sacks and 49 pressures allowed in 3 seasons. And you think 49 pressures is a lot, but when you look at his total snaps, and again, you probably cut that in half, right, in terms of pass protection for sure, and maybe cut it a little more for true pass sets, but even then, it's still a very, very low number for 3 full seasons. Again, I think he's a strong two-phase player at left tackle, right? Foot quickness, set variance, right? He can vertical set, he can jump set, he can get out there 45 degrees and really, I think, control the reps on so many of his snaps, right? He can vary the hand strikes. You can go high-low with the arms, right? Or you can go the two-hand punch, which is often what Campbell goes to, and a lot of guys go to because they're taught to do that. But he's got the anchor ability. He does a great job losing slowly and giving up ground slowly against those bigger guys who have explosion to power, right? Again, I think he can lose the length battle, right? And that's the question mark of hey, can you? It's a gap run, and we need you to kick this guy outside, right? If you're kicking out a Shemar Stewart, a Landon Jackson, right? You're going to lose that battle a little bit. Can you find a way, to unlock, either you just be quicker with the hands, improve that explosiveness, right? Work on your own explosiveness to power, right? That's something maybe that he can work on. But again, I think in the run game, he's still a mauler as well, right? He can collapse the line. He can help combo block guys. He can work to space, right? Whether it be, those quick pulls on the move to his side of the play or to the second level. So again, I think either way here, it's an extremely high floor selection. And if he's a guard, so be it. The Patriots will have every opportunity to swing at tackle again, I think, if they want to in the 30s. They probably won't. They're probably going receiver. But they will have that opportunity if they like. And I think Campbell, a strong profile at the tackle position. Is it an elite profile? I don't think so, right? It's not on the Joe Alt level of last season, right? But it is. He's got a high floor and plenty of requisite talent to succeed at the next level. And I think everybody's got the popcorn out for this one, what the Browns are going to be doing. And yeah, I mean, the last trade we had within the top 5, trying to think about this, that would have been, 2017. Bears move up 1 spot to take Trubisky. The Niners move down 1 and take Solomon Thomas. That's got to be the last time it happened. I don't think there's been any recently. No, well, the Colts and Jets did move, but it wasn't a top 5 move in 2018. It was 6-3, so it's not quite the same. So, but there have been 2 big moves inside the top 6 at the very least that I can remember. Obviously, the Texans came up from 12 to go get Will Anderson, but within the top 5, that's got to be the last time. So can't wait to see what the Browns are going to do here. Does anyone have predictions what the Browns are going to do? What's going on Joseph W. as well? Campbell's very emotional. That's cool. Yeah, I'm sure, again, 3-year starter in the SEC. He's been, kind of prepping for this moment for a long time. If you get recruited to the SEC, that's kind of, the expectation, right? So that's, it's obviously cool to see that. This is a big day for all these young men to go into the league and be drafted tonight, especially, right? Going in the first round is, there's obviously no feeling like it, right? There's nothing we can kind of resonate with necessarily. Obviously, there are milestones in our career for sure that make us emotional as well, but it's the immense pressure that these guys have to be under at all times it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. So cannot wait to see, though, what the heck the Browns are going to do here. Can it be? Can it be? Shedeur, will it be a tackle? Could it? I can't imagine it's Graham, but maybe it is. Anyone got thoughts? Anyone got thoughts on what this might be for the Browns? It feels like QB. If you're willing to move off Hunter, boy, I feel like, no, it is. It's Mason Graham. Wow. Gosh, that's interesting. They traded out. I mean, maybe there's some credence to the idea of the Browns saying, right, is this single player going to do it for us, or can we create, 5-6 players over the next couple drafts that can help us with a lot of expensive and expiring contracts? Again, maybe that's the thought with Andrew Berry and company, right? That's all I can think of in terms of the strategy for that selection, because again, there aren't players like Travis Hunter. There aren't players like that. But again, if they're going to the young QB route, they want to get a better young core infrastructure in there, then I'm not gonna fault them for it. I guess it's just we're gonna see how it works out down the line, right? Let's get this up as well for that. Man. Yeah, they can easily trade up now. They have 33 and 36, I believe, in the second round. That gives them, a lot of ammo to go up and make a move. Again, Jacksonville was talked about kind of a little less than a week ago about saying, like, no, they're going to go offense. They're searching for touchdowns now. That's interesting that you take Hunter and you move up for him. So that's something. But yeah, let's talk about Mason Graham here. And to preface, folks, I have a confession. I think there's a chance at least that we get stumped tonight and may not have a graphic for everybody because it's just such a wild draft. But, we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so Mason Graham, right, 6'3 and a half, 296. Now, there's a chance he played around 310, 315 in college. He was always listed around that, maybe even closer to 320. Got the 32-inch arm length. He benched 24 reps at the combine. That's just 50th percentile, though. 63 pressures, 6.5 sacks, 15 tackles for loss the last 2 seasons, right? The production's not always going to be massive for defensive tackles, but, you might be thinking for a player of this caliber, you might want to see a little bit more there. But again, he's a gap shooter. He's technically refined, a 3 technique, right? In the truest sense, right? He's got the quicks. He's got the, the change of direction skills. He's got a little bit of first step explosiveness to his game as well. Right, he's going to be able to cross the face of guys, right, when you're looking to slant and attack gaps, whether it be against the run, whether it be as a pass rusher, whether it be on stunts, right, a lot of that. He's got well-timed violent hand usage, a lot of swipes, a lot of club arm over to create pressure, get offensive guards out of his way, right, and he can kind of turn the corner a little bit, and that's what you like to see sometimes with your 3 techs is create that type of disruption, but also have explosion to power to collapse that pocket. And I think Mason Graham does that at a pretty high level as well. Plays with good leverage, right? And anchor ability against the run in 1v1 situations. He's not going to be a guy to take on double teams, right? That's just not his role. But I do think he can shed blocks in the 1v1s against the run, right? And especially when he can win with quick hands, right? He's got the quick hands as a pass rusher. When you can be quick and establish better leverage, get your hands in the chest of the offensive lineman, you have a chance to win a lot of reps. And I think he does that, right? He has to be, because of maybe, again, the arm length isn't necessarily bad, but as a 3 tech, quick hands are important, because there are times you're going to face combo blocks, right? That you're going to have to be balanced facing that. And I think Graham does a pretty decent job there as well. But, I think the top-notch run defending skill set isn't quite his game. He can get pushed out of his gap a little bit more than I'd like to see for a 3 tech, even in the 1v1 situations. But I still think you are getting a pretty strong player here. Another guy like Will Campbell, where it's more of the high floor, solid production than a true, like, this is an elite upside, massive swing, right? So apparently the Browns had an option to trade out of 5, says Rappaport. So that's, who the heck would that have been coming up? Was it Chicago looking for Jeanty? Maybe it was. Especially if Jeanty is the selection here, right? He could be. It could be the Raiders selection. And Chip Kelly gets a fantastic player in that scenario. But yeah, I think, as I said before, I think that's what the Browns are looking for here. They're looking, for multiple swings, right, to make sure that they can inject a lot more youth into the roster, where you have, again, as I said, tons of expiring contracts, massive deals on the books, right? You look at JOK, Denzel Ward, right? Obviously, Garrett signed a massive deal, right? You're kind of still limping around with those 2 massive deals at guard, which they're both expiring after this year, but you paid a lot of money out to so many players. Conklin got a big contract when he came in. So there are a lot of big contracts there. Judy got about $17 million a year, which isn't terrible considering the production, but you're still putting a lot of money in. Okay, here we go. The Raiders have selected Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State. And unfortunately, Chicago getting Jeanty, that dream will not be realized. However, I do think the Bears, that shifts their focus potentially more toward maybe a Shemar Stewart, not impossible, maybe a Kelvin Banks, right? Or a Membu if he falls there. Or you switch it up and you go Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland. Those could all still be options for Chicago, even losing out on Jeanty here. And I think the big thing with this too is still the running back class is deep, right? I think as the Bears, I would have been totally fine and understanding the Bears going, yeah, we'll wait at 10. If Jeanty's there, we'll take him. No skin off our nose. We still have 39, 41, 72 to go build the roster up. But now it's okay. I wouldn't move up, right? I wouldn't be moving up to 4 or 5 looking for a running back, right? Letting Cleveland take advantage of your aggressiveness, right? Potentially as the Bears, knowing that Jeanty's going to be the pick here. Travion, Omarion Hampton, Scattaboo, Harvey, Sampson, Damian Martinez, Bashal Tutin, Devin Neal. So many running backs you can add to the room. You could get 2 in this draft. You could go Scattaboo and Bashal Tutin, and you have your explosive player and you have your power guy. You have your Montgomery and maybe a very, very diet version of Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Henderson's the better version of Jahmyr Gibbs. So, that's fun. We're going to talk about Jeanty here. Joseph says he likes the strategy for Cleveland. First 5 have been pretty chalk. Yeah, just maybe not in the teams that were picking those, but the first 5 have kind of been the first 5 for a while. Prince Cap Sason, what's going on? Says, oh no, poor Bears. Joseph says Bears taking Stewart break my heart. Yeah, I know Joseph Gleason is big on Shemar Stewart for Green Bay. Let's talk about Jeanty, and there's a lot of stuff to talk about here with Jeanty, which I'm excited to do. We're gonna really hammer it home how good Jeanty is. So let's talk about this first. Let's talk about some of the stats for Jeanty real quick, okay? Some of the counting ones. In high school, senior season of high school, okay? We're going all the way back there. Ashton Jeanty, 1,843 yards, 31 touchdowns, and that was just on the ground. He caught 41 passes for 8, 10, and 10 as a receiver. So, put that all together, right? 2,653 yards, 41 touchdowns, from scrimmage. And that maybe he returned kicks too. I don't know. But that's insane production in high school, right? We're getting close to Derrick Henry stuff. Obviously, in 2023, it was a very good season, right? 6.2 yards per carry, 1,300 yards, almost 1,350, 14 touchdowns, 4.5 yards after contact per attempt, which is nuts. Forcing 82 missed tackles is impressive, and also had 3.19 yards per route run on top of it. Good. Jets pick is in. Excellent. We'll be able to transition very quickly to that as well. Then you look at 2024. I think just over 20. He had 25.95. Some people say it's 26.01. I don't know. I don't remember which that is, but 29 touchdowns, almost 7 yards a carry, 5.25 yards after contact per attempt is nuts. He forced 151 missed tackles and had 120 first downs. And his yards after contact would have led the nation in rushing. Okay, the fumbles are a concern for sure, and that's something we'll talk about in a moment here. But he has been a part of a very versatile scheme. A lot of zone running, still a lot of gap running as well, and I think he's well suited to do both. All right, which way? This way. Okay. Jeanty's the tackle breaking savant, right? That's who he is, right? The contact balance is off the charts, right? He has a low center of gravity. He can shrug off contact. He can lower the shoulders and reduce that surface area. He's got the great stiff arm. It's well timed in space, and is shockingly quick footwork. There's a rep against Utah State where it looks like Jefferson cutting or Garrett Wilson's footwork or Diggs, right? Where it's just insane how he almost teleports 3 feet to his right? Shout out the movie Draft Day if you know that reference. He's teleported to the other side, all that good stuff. But again, shockingly quick footwork. His patience is really good. He's got great processing work. He's anticipating where creases are going to come from, but he's got the patience to let the blocks develop. He can bounce out runs after pressing the line of scrimmage, right? He's got the second level vision, right? He sees how blocks are setting up. He sees where linebackers are attempting to set up and hold their ground to make a tackle. Right, and again, we talked about zone and gap run schemes. He's got the short area burst, sustained speed. He can turn anything into a house call, right? And he's an impressive receiver. We didn't get to see it in 24 as much as 23, but he's got natural hands, and he's, I would say, above average. He's not top-notch in pass protection, but he is above average there. Really quick, Jeanty versus other prospects in the draft. In terms of missed tackle forced percentage, yards after contact per attempt, and career yards per route run, Jeanty is, I think, hovering around 7th or 8th in terms of yards per route run, right? When you have the McCaffreys and the Camaras, right, and Jahmyr Gibbs, and even Jacobs had 2 yards per route run in college. Yeah, you're not quite at that level because they didn't take advantage of your receiving chops in 24, but the missed tackle force percentage is up there. Only Javonte is higher and Bijan. Those are the only two that are higher there. And then yards after contact per attempt. Yes, you could talk about Jeanty playing at Boise State. Oh, well, right. Oh, that's not a good enough competition. Check the Penn State game where he forced, I think, 16 or 17 missed tackles in the playoff, and then check the Oregon game. Shredded them. And that's with a very, very poor supporting cast relative to the competition you're facing. Jeanty's outstanding. I think he might be a better prospect than Bijan. He's the last blue chipper. And the Raiders got him. I don't mind that at all. Is the Jets one for sure? Are we in? That's Membu? It's Membu? Or do we think it's Membu? No, it is. It is Membu. Okay. Jets are taking Membu. I like that a lot too. I talked a little bit about it last night in the mock draft with Juice from Couch Potato General Manager about this, of like, if you're Aaron Glenn, right, do you want to get your version, hopefully, version of Decker and Sewell for your offensive line? Do you want that? Do you want that for your team? I think you do. And to have Olufashanu be the pick last year was nice that Aaron Glenn gets to inherit him to potentially be that blindside protector, that really, really strong, left tackle for a long, long time, right? With all the foot speed and technique that he continues to work on. And then you get a bruiser on the right side, but also who has fleet feet and pass protection as well. Membu's a stud. I think he's tackle one for me with the caveat of injury for Josh Simmons. I really am impressed with Membu. Let's talk about Membu, shall we? Let me get, here it is. Here we go. A little Armand Membu chat. Yeah, so the Jets, Armand Membu, he was listed about 6'3", 6'4", 315 on a lot of the sites in the fall where it was like, okay, I understand that. Watching him move in space, watching him, explode off the line of scrimmage to work downhill in vertical run game, and his fleet feet and pass protection, you go, oh yeah, okay, 315, that makes sense, perfect. And then you find out in Mobile and in the measurements that he's 332, and you go, he can move like he can move like that at 332. He can move like that. That's insane. And the 99 RAS tracks, you want, obviously the RAS, for those who are watching may not know what that is, relative athletic score. It's really kind of size adjusted. It's not size adjusted. It is how athletic you are relative to your position at a certain size. The size adjusted speed scores and all that, I think are maybe a little more interesting, but I do think this is still something where the elite athletes are often the best players. You can not be one and succeed, but often, right, and you could be one and not succeed either, but often, like, the best players that are succeeding are the best athletes, because it certainly does matter. So in 3 seasons, 3 sacks, just 1 sack allowed per season, 1,964 snaps. Again, Membu's a brick wall at tackle, but he's got excellent hands, quick footwork as well. Right, you see him explode into his sets, out of his stance. He's really good there. He's nimble, changing direction. He can mirror really well. Right, he never looks clunky when he moves. It's always very efficient. It's very controlled. It's very balanced when he's doing so. Great 2-hand strike, and some great high-low 1-hand strike as well with the outside hand or the inside hand, depending. I love that he changes it up, right? Because better edge rushers in the league are going to change it up as well, right? That's going to happen for you. So it's good that you have some, like a pitcher, you have different pitches, right? They're going to get the fastball at some point. You need to have something else, and Membu has something else, kind of like Campbell does, but I think Membu maybe even a little more, where he does a great job of giving rushers more things to think about, right? And so he can carry rushers up the arc. We talked about the hand strikes. He's got great vice grip to maintain control when that contact phase begins, but he's always seemed to strike, right below the shoulder pads where you need to. So I'm really impressed with Membu. And name your favorite pass rusher in the SEC. Name your favorite defensive end in the SEC. Membu took him to the cleaners. Every single time, Membu took him to the cleaners. He may open up his outside foot a little early, right? And that may, lead to some inside moves, inside spins that may catch him off guard at the next level. But again, he's also a mauler and a finisher at the point of attack in the run game. So I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with Membu and getting to watch every game of his and just seeing him time and time again. I've got the answers. You're going to try to throw stuff at me, different rushers across the league, right? Think about it. Braden Swinson, Savion Jones are 2 different players on LSU. You got Jackson and Stewart and James Pierce, all these guys, and Membu's like, no, I can take care of them all. So, yeah, I love it. It's probably my favorite pick. Yeah, it's probably my favorite pick other than Hunter to Jacksonville to this point. So Panthers picks in. This could be a lot of things. Jaylen Walker, Kelvin Williams has been thought up here. What else? What else could it be? Panthers pick is in. I mean, they've thrown the idea of Tet out there, but I feel like that's died off a little bit. So I feel like, it could be Tet. They need a receiver 1. I'm not convinced, like some are, that Legette's going to be the long-term X receiver, the long-term number 1. So I wouldn't be mad if they went that direction, but they've said they've needed defense. Now that could be a smokescreen, though. It could be a very, very well-timed smokescreen. It is Tet, huh? Okay, so it's not Walker, it's not Michael, it's not Stewart, it's not Ezaraku or Green, it's Tet. I like it because I don't think they have a number 1 receiver on their team. I don't think they have that right now, and I think Tet can be that. I don't think he is that right now. We're gonna let's get into that. Let's dig into that a little bit. Let's chew on that, because again, I am impressed with Tet and a lot of things. A lot of things impressed me with him. Let's get this up on the board here. Only 1,000 characters on this ticker. We'll see if that can stand the test of time tonight. But the Panthers select Tet McMillan let's dive into Tet McMillan here. Where are you? Here you are. Again, I think this is kind of what you needed a little bit. So Tet McMillan, 6'4" and an eighth, 219. Obviously ran that reported 4.53 40. That seems maybe about right, maybe a little faster than what you think he plays at. But again, in 2024, a phenomenal season, 84 catches, 1,319 yards, 8 touchdowns. Right, he's had at least 8 touchdowns in every season. Right, he's a junior coming out of college here, and he's had 2 1,300-yard plus seasons. 2.37 career yards per out run. That's plenty enough. That's what you want to see. If you get to 2.5, that's even more impressive, right, on a per route basis. But again, when you talk about McMillan, I think there's so much to like, and I obviously broke him down on the channel for the Panther fans. Hopefully they find it. We're going to have to obviously make some thumbnail and title adjustments after this. But the size fluidity ratio is so good for McMillan, and that's where I think people are throwing out the comps, right? Throw in the Mike Evans, let's throw in the Drake London, let's talk about those being true comps for Tet McMillan. And I think while he can reach that, I don't think it's going to come immediately for him. I think there's going to be a bit of a learning curve, but I think of the guys not named, probably Luther Burden, and obviously not Hunter. Hunter doesn't count. He's on a different stratosphere than everybody else. So non-Hunter division, I think Burden might have a little bit higher of a ceiling than Tet, but it's very tight, because I think when you look at McMillan's, efficient route break transitions, right, they're really good on the in and out breakers, right? He can do it on the vertical plane. He flashes the ability to attack the blind spot, but he good hip sync, and he works back to the ball. He treats the after the break as a race back to the football, especially on the vertical plane, which I like a lot. I don't like guys who wait for the football. I don't think anybody does. I like that he goes and attacks, and that to me is again the little things that make up how you need to play the receiver position at the next level. The catch point instincts are super good, right? It's adjusting, it's great body control, contorting, in the air, shielding from defenders, right? And sideline awareness, getting your feet in, all of that stuff. The body control is super good. He attacks the catch point. He jumps up and through. And what I mean by that is he gets his feet firmly planted on the ground and he jumps straight up, right? He's not drifting when he jumps to where you're falling away from the ball or you're not tracking it well in. I think Tet and a few others, but Tet does a really good job about that as well. And he can create space, sometimes by making a slight adjustment, right? You work back to the football a little bit, right? You slow up to catch something as maybe guys think you're going to, continue to run. Like he gives himself some space at the catch point as well, but he can obviously win with contact draped all over him. He's proven that time and time again, which I think is really impressive as well, of course. And he's effective after the catch, right? We talk about the 3 phases of the game here a lot, about pre-catch. What do you do as a route runner? Release, stem work, leverage attacking, all that stuff, finding space, route depth, route, adaptability in your releases, right? All of that stuff, pre-catch. We talk about at the catch point, right? All the body control and adjustments and the hand technique. And then after the catch, right? The vision, the awareness, of where defenders are and where to attack. He's still sudden as a mover, right? We talked about that already, but he's also got the toughness. I think, though, to reach the ceiling, he has to improve against press coverage. He needs to play to his size, right? And I applaud Tet McMillan for trying to win with footwork, because guys who just try to win with overwhelming guys physically and putting the shoulder down and trying to block them to win routes, it's never going to work. You have to win with footwork. But when you marry that footwork with good hand timing and combating those early jams and combating the stem contact, you complete kind of what you need to be as a pre-catch player. And I think he can do that because he's got the size and he's physical enough to do it, but he can't get jammed at the line. He can't get stuck in the stem. He needs to be better about that. And also, he tips his hand a lot. And what I mean by that, okay, when you talk about body language in the stem, okay, you talk about, head down, shoulders down in a position that feels like you're either about to explode into a sprint or you're staying low in your sprint. And a lot of guys don't tip their hand, and that makes it difficult on corners. It gives them an extra thing to think about. What route is he running? What do I have to do? Do I have to open up early? Do I not? Blah, blah, blah. So when you rise up out of your stance like that, he does it a lot when he's breaking in or out. And guys are going to key in on that, right? There are back-to-back plays, I think in the 2023 Colorado game, where he runs a fade route as the number 2 in kind of a 3 receivers by 1 receiver. He's the middle guy on the 3 receiver side of running a fade route. And you can tell because his shoulders are down and he's sprinting. He is sprinting because he knows he needs to get downfield because he's not super explosive, right? And then there are times where he slows up and you know he's breaking. So that has to get cleaned up. But I do like this. It gives the Panthers a chance to find their number 1 receiver. So I do like that for them. Okay, so it is Kelvin Banks to the Saints. Joseph Gleason talking about Sanders still falling. Wonder if he makes it to Pittsburgh. It's going to depend on if someone's going to get aggressive. Cleveland or the Giants, right? We've kind of talked about that as a possibility. And this has been talked about too. Banks potentially 9th or 10th to the Saints or the Bears, which was it going to be, right? Is that something that, we're going to see come draft night? There was talk about Banks at 6 even to the Raiders, so not too shocking. Is it my favorite selection? No, but what I do think is interesting about this is it may offer Taliesa Fuanga to go back to the right side where he can be most effective. Or he kicks inside, but then you get Trevor Penning to kick inside. Either way, I think this creates a potential best 5 situation where I do think Banks is going to play left tackle for the Saints. I do think that is what is going to happen here. I imagine it's going to be, to me, Banks and Fuanga as your bookend tackles going forward. And they're hoping that's sets a foundation for either a quarterback some later in the draft, or they're moving up from where they're at, perhaps, I don't know, or just punt and wait for next year, grab the QB, and you have bookend tackles and hopefully continue to build the roster to be ready for it. Lee saying Saints should have traded back. Rock Bass, what's going on? Says, so glad Ted got taken. Really think there will be a good receiver in the 2nd or 3rd. Yeah, I just don't think you're gonna find your, an abundance of potential or already true wide receiver 1s in this class. It feels like a class of 2s and 3s that can be very beneficial for your offense. But again, there's going to probably be a couple guys who emerge. If Green Bay can do that find that guy, that will be great. But I do think there are it's kind of few and far between in this one in terms of that. So that's fine. I think it still opens up the door for more interesting avenues for Green Bay. I know the Loveland route isn't liked by everybody, but I do think it makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about Banks, huh? Let's talk about Kelvin Banks being the pick here as we get that up and get rid of that. As we're rolling, I think, as I said before, I think we're going to get stumped. I think we're going to not have a graphic for somebody, even though it's been suspiciously chalky so far. Suspiciously. Because of the late talk about Banks being a potential pick near or in the top 10, doesn't seem like it's a wild out there thing. Even if more, again, you may not think it's a great pick, but you also don't think like, wow, this is shocking. Oh my goodness, I've lost my mind, right? But Kelvin Banks, 6'5" and an A315, 831 RAS, pretty good number there, 33.5-inch arm length, right? Usually that cutoff is about 33 inches for offensive tackles. You still want to be able to have the requisite length to handle, the edge rushers who usually have longer arms than your D tackles, right? A lot of experience at left tackle, 2,774 snaps, just 4 sacks and 34 pressures allowed in his career. He's got impressive foot speed, right? And his initial strike and pass pro is actually really good. He stays proactive in that regard, right? He's looking to initiate contact. He wants to gain control early, which I do like about that. He's not waiting around, right? He's not somebody, in my opinion, who is kind of doing that thing where you pedal and your shoulders are moving like this and you kind of bear hug guys instead of getting more. So I do like that Banks is proactive in his approach and he can throw rushers off immediately with that. He's got the good base and knee bend and pass pro, right? Some guys waist bend, and that's not good because that gets you off balance, right? You got to make sure you knee bend, which I think Banks does. And he's often the low man in both phases, right? As a pass protector, even at 6'5", and even in the run game, he's getting low. He's working low to high. He's trying to uproot guys, which I think is really important, right? Sometimes, though, his base can get too wide, and I think he's a little bit more of a clunky mover than a Membu, than a Simmons, than a Campbell. So sometimes recovery isn't the best for him, and if his base gets too wide, that creates a problem of stiffness and less likely to be able to change direction. So I do think that, that's something that must get better. And he did a lot of jump sets. So we would love to see more variance, right? And I think that's something he can certainly work on at the next level. Boy, Prince Capsaicin, that better be a lie, buddy. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. Are you serious? Oh, my gosh. They couldn't have just taken Tyler Warren. Oh, are you serious? This is more devastating than it being Jeanty, man. Oh, this is the one thing I didn't want. Gosh, I hate that Ben Johnson knows ball. It sucks. It sucks. Oh, I hate that that's a better pick than Jeanty for them. That's so annoying. They got the Laporta. I hate this. I hate it. Oh, it sucks. Gosh, now I have to sing the praises of the Bears. Gosh, this freaking Ben Johnson knows ball. We should have known he knew ball. Gosh, dang it, man. Start the draft over. That sucks, dude. Dang it. I can't stand it, man. There's literally no worse thing. Nothing worse could have happened tonight. This is the worst thing. Oh, man, sucks. I need to tweet and vent on my feelings. This sucks, dude. It's the worst. I don't think they're going to screw it up, man. I just don't. If the Bears, this is good. You know what? No, there is a worse outcome. If the Bears get both Loveland and Henderson, I'm going to lose my mind tomorrow night. I'm going to lose my mind. Because if they take both those guys, they no ball so much in it. It irks me. Okay. Well, Nick, good for y'all. Congrats. Ben Johnson knows ball. He's clearly in Ryan Poles' ear because there's no way Poles could have made this pick because he's a dodo bird. But you got to love this, though. Okay. Fine. Since we must do this, okay? We'll do this. All right. So I think people have probably realized this by now. By the reaction, one, Colston Loveland to me is a top 6 player in this draft class. I think he's head and shoulders above Tyler Warren. I think this is right. And I know that we'll get into the argument about tight ends in the first round. And we'll talk about that for sure. But Loveland 6'5" 3/4, 248, right? I like that he's up at 248 because I think when you hover around 250, that tells me you can be potentially an inline player and, a formation adjusting move player as well. Okay. So 2.38 yards per route run in 23, 2.67 yards per route run in 2024. Okay, the receiving grades are off the charts. The run block grades, PFF's blocking grades are weird. Yeah, whatever. Had 31 first downs both seasons. The contested catch numbers aren't the best, and I do think playing through contact sometimes isn't great for him. That's why I think he needs to high point and extend for the ball a little bit more. However, okay, he runs better routes than a lot of receivers in this class, which is an insane thing to say if he was even playing above 240. So tremendous quicks and refinement as a route runner. I'm going to get into the dissertation quick after this, but again, he offers deception. He's attacks leverage well in the stem, right? Which is something you often say about receivers versus tight ends, right? He's got good release work as a boundary receiver. They've thrown him out wide and he's succeeded, okay? Good extension, good catch radius. He's fluid, explosive, crafty, and tough after the catch. The inline work is a little hit or miss. Now, he was battling a shoulder injury last year, but I think he did a really nice job of staying tough in a lot of situations. He works low to high, which is tough at 6'5", right? But I do think he has so many promising reps to potentially be a Y inline tight end and an F formation adjuster. Now, I'm going to talk really quick as we transition. I know the Niners have picked Michael Williams, okay? But I want to get into this quick dissertation because I wrote about this because people have asked about why do you like Loveland for Green Bay? Why do you like Loveland for this era of football? And I'm gonna quickly read this because I wrote this up. So Loveland changes how you can play, okay? He gives you a true formation adjuster in your offense, right? Loveland allows you to live in two separate worlds. He allows you to live in the 11 personnel world because he's so good as a receiver, but he also allows you to live in 12 personnel because he is good enough as a blocker to handle defensive ends every once in a while, but also handle the ancillary pieces in the run fit. Linebackers, dropping safeties, all of that, right? So you can have them be the ancillary pieces of run blocker, but he's got toughness. He's working in improvement there, right? So you have 12 personnel punch you in the mouth formations, where you're running the football and doing that at a high level. And then also, because Loveland has the stem work techniques, route break efficiency, right? You can put him on the boundary, you can put him in a slot, you can adjust the formation and sometimes, dictate better matchups because you've got the personnel on defense right where you want them, no matter if they're in base or nickel. You can take advantage. And that's what the Bears are going to do with him. They're going to treat him like Laporta, and I think it was a fantastic pick for them. The routes, the catch radius, the yak skills, they're all awesome. And how do teams play you when you're in that? How do they play you? What are they going to do? Are they going to get burned in the passing game? Or are they going to get pushed around the run game? Okay? So that's my issue. Is Loveland is a better prospect than any of the receivers in this class by a wide margin to me. I think he's way better than Tet is right now. It's not even close in my opinion because one, Tet doesn't even block anybody for one, so he's not even really a big slot at that point because he doesn't block anyone. So I don't agree that Tet's a better prospect than Loveland right now at all. And I don't think anyone else is at receiver other than Hunter. So that's the problem. You think my issue is you think you can cover him with a linebacker, right? And if you think you can cover him with a linebacker, they're going to throw him out on the boundary and win against your corners because he's better than them too, probably. So that's my concern with that. If the Bears take Henderson too, we're going to have to. We might get some of the hard liquor tomorrow just in case the Bears take Henderson too. Niners took Michael. We should probably get there. Yeah, Ayers Joy. This is a tough scene. I think this is worse than Rome, honestly. Was Herman's guy Michael Joseph? Was that his guy? I get it. Michael's really good defending the run, and yeah, it's rough out here. All right, let's get to Michael, shall we? Should we get to Michael real quick? Because I think there's a lot, folks, tell me, offer some opinions. What do you like about Michael? What were you interested in Green Bay doing this? We need to get my mind off this freaking nonsense that just happened. I don't want to be here. Okay. Now the thing is just messing with me. I typed that in already. I think Rock Bass, they were going to get to either way, right? If they were going to go Stewart or Michael, or they were going to get Harmon or Nolan, they were going to kind of be able to do that however they wanted to. People are tweeting at me right now, and this is the worst. This is a dark timeline. People are just tweeting at me going, wellness check. Okay, join the stream, guys. Join the stream for the wellness check. Okay, let's get to Michael, huh? Because I think right now Michael's floor is a little higher than Stewart's. I don't think his ceiling is quite as high as Stewart's, right? But I do think there's a lot here for him. 6'5", 260, 34 3/8 arm length. So that's what I was talking about earlier, right? You get the oh hey, this is when your tackles don't have the arm length, this is kind of the question mark, right? Because you got guys like Michael, you got guys like Ezaraku, like Stewart, who have the insane arm length to challenge you outside. So it's nice having that kind of be a more level playing field, and that's kind of what we're talking about with Campbell, right? But again, the 1-6-1 10-yard split is super good. He didn't have enough testing done for a full score, but he did have that. 26 pressures and 5 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, right? 16 run stops. The production isn't overwhelming. It's not off the charts, per se, but he's dominant force stopping the run, right? Great anchor leverage, extension work, right? The ability to stay low, stay balanced, and to create that massive extension push at the line of scrimmage to hold the point of attack, I think is super, super good, right? And he sheds blocks quickly because he's got violent hands. He's got great strikes at the point of attack as well, right? And I think the functional athleticism where he has closing bursts and they send him on stunts and he's coordinated with his movements that you can see that functional athleticism turn into a good pass rusher as well, right? So the flashes are there. He can get to the long arm, right? He can convert some explosion to power, right? But I don't think he's a finished product as a pass rusher yet. But I do think if you're trying to get to a four-man front that can better defend the run, Mykel Williams is going to help you do that. Alexa says, should I be happy about this guy? I wouldn't be mad about it. I would rather have Nolan or Harmon, right, at defensive tackle. But as far as like a true down defensive end versus like your Mike Greens or the James Pierces, right, who are more of this kind of outside linebacker rushers, he can hold the point of attack, right, in the run game, and he's going to be a dominant run defender from day one. And Ayers Joy, yeah, I think Mykel has a pretty high ceiling as well. I don't know if it's Stewart's ceiling, but I think it's still a pretty high one, right? So I do like it for San Francisco, right? They're trying to rebuild the D line. They think edge is probably, and again, if you're looking for this type of player on the edge, like a Mykel, it's a thinner draft for that, right? You don't have your dominant defensive ends, because I don't think Landon Jackson defends the run like Mykel. And if you're thinking about Landon at 43, I would much rather have Mykel at 11, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's hard to find those types all the time in this draft. There are certainly some guys who maybe could do it right if you're asking Birch to do it, perhaps. But I don't know. It's a tougher ask, and I think Mykel is giving you, a certain high floor at the beginning where that can help you. And I think he's better than Stewart right now, for sure. So Joseph wouldn't have been mad about Mykel, but he's glad not pick. I want higher pass rush upside if I'm going to swing. That's fair, and I think Stewart might have a little bit more of that, of course. But I do think, yeah, I mean, the high ceiling pass rushers might not be the guys who are like 260, right? Maybe Scorton is in that realm, and that could be somebody Green Bay considers, perhaps. But that you're looking at your Stewarts more a little bit, right? Especially in terms of the fit. Arizona saying Bengals and Cardinals are the main threats keeping us from Nolan, the game wrecker. Arizona doesn't want any low floor, high ceiling guys and want some polish in the first. Oh, I read that as ceiling. Read what? Which thing? Oh, ceiling versus upside. I gotcha. I think. Well, let me know. Okay, we got the thing back working. Speaker view is this and media presentation. I think they're switching, but anyway. Do we have? Everybody tweet me, bro. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. All right? Oh my gosh. Everybody's having fun at my expense. That's fair. You know what? That's why we come on here. Man, to create some viral moments with y'all. That's what we want to do. Has Dallas picked yet? Please tell me they've picked. Oh. Wow. Okay, this might be the first shock of the night, folks. This is interesting, actually. That's interesting. I didn't think he was going to go this high. That's interesting. Yeah, United Bates has it. It's Tyler Booker to Dallas. We have a graphic for him. Wow, that's interesting. We're going to talk about why I like this, actually. I don't know about the player. Maybe Donovan Jackson for me. I think over Tyler Booker a little bit, but I do like this because Dallas is signaling something to us, right? That they're like, well, let's roll. Let's do this. While I'm setting this up, Airsray says second round grade on Scorton, even seeing the previous year. I mean, hey, you go corner in the first, you get Scorton in the second. It's not the worst thing, perhaps. Amos Scorton. Could see that. Scott likes Henderson to the Cowboys. Yeah, Henderson to Dallas, I think, is probably what they're looking for right now, considering they're taking a guard here at 12. So, Rock Bass is tough being a rock star. Yeah, Yeah, you know what I need to do? I need to put together. I haven't done this yet. Some compilations of like reactions to the Packers picks over the years, over 9 years. Well, about to be 9 years. It isn't yet. But and then some of the more shocking and devastating selections for sure. I think that'd be fun to put together for sure. Maybe here. I think we should probably put it here so more people can be exposed to that. So, all right, yeah, let's talk about Tyler Booker while I update this because, yeah, this one again is it like jaw on the floor shocking? No. Is it a little surprising though based on where a lot of the smoke was? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about Booker. We got a little something here. Oh, I didn't do the T-Mac versus other round one wide receiver thing. If you want that in between these, let me know. We can talk about that. Where's Tyler Booker? Well, he's further down because it's alphabetical, you donut. Where is Tyler Booker? Oh, it's just Booker. That's why. Alphabetically looking for T when there was never one. Okay. All right. Presentation view time. Tyler Booker to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's hit it. 6'4" and 5'8", 321, 34.5-inch arm length. That guard is pretty wild. Usually that's where the shorter arm guys hang out. Now the 3.68 RAS, not the best, not a great athlete at the position, right? And that, sometimes can put up red flags, right? They can be like, okay, well, are you going to be good on the move? Are you going to be okay even redirecting and mirroring in a phone booth? I think there are still some questions with change of direction, mirror ability, right? That's down there a little bit. And he's out over the skis a little bit too much in terms of trying to extend and trying to drive guys off of the line of scrimmage. But again, he's got snaps at left guard and right guard. I think he's going to play right guard in Dallas. Yeah, because Tyler Guyton at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard. Yeah, okay. So he's going to play right guard for Dallas, most likely. They have Cooper Beebe at center, right? So 2 sacks and 30 pressures in 3 seasons. Now, again, it's, I think guards are probably held to a different standard, right? They got help on both sides. So, you would hope those numbers are relatively low. He's a brick house on the interior, right? Plug and play starter. I think that's what Dallas is looking for here. Got the play strength. There's no question. The core strength, the lower half strength, all to absorb, explosion to power from 3 techs, hold the point of attack and sometimes drive 1 techs away from the football, right? He's got violent hand strikes to control rushers, to drive them away, right? He's got good displacement on down blocks. I think the vertical running game where you can, do some duo or work on double teams and just drive 1 techs away, or, even in some pin pull, you could get him involved in that where he's probably not pulling, right? Because of the athleticism, you'd probably rather have Tyler Smith pull. They have 3 Tylers on this offensive line. That's nuts. I just realized that. That's crazy. 3 Tylers on the Dallas line now. It's good that they're last names. Truly. But yeah, I think vertical running game, right? You let Tyler Smith potentially be the puller, right? Where you have Booker in the right side be the pin guys. But yeah, I mean, he's very physical. He's looking for work, right? There's so much to the game that's raw power, and I think that can fit in, right? And he's always looking to finish too. He's a good finisher, right? Getting guys on the turf as well. But again, that mirror ability and change of direction and trying to get a little bit too out over the skis is, kind of where you see some weaknesses. But again, Dallas, I think I mentioned this last night. I've mentioned it a few times on the channel for some live shows throughout this process of like, man, Dallas, when they were at their peak in the 2010s, they were taking Travis Frederick in the first. They were taking Zach Martin in the first, right? They were making those investments in the offensive line to let them be the engine for whoever they were playing at QB, for whoever they had at running back, right? And then they added Elliott to the mix when it was kind of done and sorted, and look what happened, right? So I love this. I think they're trying to get all of that set up for whoever they're going to pick tomorrow. Don't let Jerry speak tonight, okay? Don't let him tell the media which running back you're interested in. He did that last year, and it cost him Brooks. Maybe, they're giving him a second chance tomorrow night of like, hey, don't say who we want in the second round. So, but it is an interesting one for Dallas, for sure, because, again, I think this is a cool way for them to build. Ayers Joy says, only receiver I'm willing to take in first is Golden, but heavily leaning defensive end, defensive tackle for pass rush. Talent those trumps other needs, including corner. Yeah, I mean, corner is a little thinner, I think is the thing, right? And Arizona says Egbuka as well. Yeah, again, Egbuka is high floor, immediate contributor. I think Golden is as well, and I think both of them could outproduce Tet, maybe, perhaps, early in the season at the very least, where Tet's kind of continuing to figure things out. Obviously, Tet has a higher ceiling than both, but, I mean, the dream is Amos or Harmon for me. Josh Simmons would be very much in consideration, unless he just got picked, of course. But 3 first-round picks named Tyler in Dallas. 3 of the last 4 years, I think. Right? Was Tyler Smith 22 or was he 23? I can't think, but 3 Tylers, 3 first-round picks. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, so Miami's coming up. Maybe Denver's looking to move up. This was a spot where a lot of people thought Denver could make the move, but maybe they're just waiting for Warren to fall to 20 now, or they could take Hampton. 2022 was Tyler Smith. Okay. Yeah, it was because that's right. Because he was with Penning. And I remember watching the two of them like, man, Penning doesn't have it. And Tyler Smith may have it. He just has to mirror and kind of sync up his upper and lower half because he would just get way out of control. And when he synced up his upper and lower half playing the position, he has been very good and very worth the selection for them. So, and he obviously took snaps at tackle. He was kind of like their version of Donovan Jackson, who could go tonight, of course. Very, very possible he does. Okay. Dolphins are staying with the big guys, just on the different side of the ball here. Yeah, makes sense that they're picking him at this point. It is going to be Kenneth Grant, defensive line, Michigan, to the Miami Dolphins. That hurts for some. I know some people wanted Grant as the one tech for Green Bay, and I think it would have made sense if Green Bay was interested in doing so, right? Because of the quicks, because of all the athleticism, right? So I think that it makes sense for them here, right? Okay. So, Rock Bass, real quick before we dive into Kenneth Grant here, says, is there a big drop-off with the corners? Amos, Morrison, Will Johnson, they all seem to have flaws, take late or early second. So I think there is, right? And even more so for fits for Green Bay in terms of outside corners. Now they've met with Jason Marshall, right? There's Tommy Hill sitting way down there. But like once, and again, if they might not even want Morrison because of the injuries, right? That could be a concern for them. So when you go there, right, Jedi Barron, I don't think for Green Bay is a perimeter corner. Right. I just don't. Even though he may get a chance in some other defense, it's possible. But I think after Amos, after Will Johnson, right, there are a couple more. Savone Revel, right? Savone Revel's a possibility for them. Let me check I'm probably missing somebody. Let me check the PFS big board. And that's the other thing. Don't let me forget tomorrow night, for those who are coming back, that I didn't put my board together. I have the rankings written down, but I don't have the color-coded board. Don't let me forget to release that because we can talk about it. But at corner, let me go there because I think there's somebody I'm missing, but I want to make sure I cover it all. So Will Johnson, Amos, Morrison, Revel, Maxwell Harrison could be a fit, right, if he is getting up to 193, right? That is a possibility, but I think he's going at the very least top 40, if not tonight. And to the point here for Rock Bass, Harrison's at the draft. So that tells me he thinks he's going tonight. And when you look at, again, Green Bay's a possibility, right? That's been mocked there a bunch. The Rams and the Bills are two teams that could definitely take him, right? After that, it's Darian Porter, who's already 24, supremely athletic, but he is 100% the Shemar Stewart of corner, and he's 24 already, where Stewart's 21. So that's the one thing, right? That's the concern with Porter. Zaire Thomas, the speed and explosiveness isn't there. He is 20 years old. But if you're worried about the speed and explosiveness, you might not go that route. Dorian Strong is small. Jacob Parrish is definitely a nickel. Noel Williams would be the one guy. Kobe Bryant weighs like 180. Mello Dotson is not super athletic. Justin Wally would be somebody I would consider, but you got Longer Beam, who's small. Zy Alexander, Bilal Cohen's probably a slot. So there are some guys, but again, if Green Bay doesn't view them as perimeter guys, I think there's a steep drop off. I like Riley, I like Wally, and I like Noel. But I do think like you're probably going to have to make that move pretty quickly to make it happen. They could not take a guy. I would take Amos because I think he's that much better than everybody else at the position. But again, if they're going to focus on Josh Simmons or they're going to take Derek Harmon or Walter Nolan, I'm not going to be mad at that at all, right? So, okay. Let me see here. The Colts took Warren. Ayers Joy says, I don't know why people were obsessed with one tech for the first after he finished 7th in run D. I think Grant would have been the exception, though, because of the movement skills at that position. That's why I think it's a little different, right? Versus everybody else, who I think are not as high of a ceiling as Grant has, right? I think the Tyreeks, the Collins, the CJ Wests would have been fun to have, but I don't think they had the ceiling that Grant does. And that's I think, the difference with the one tech in the first. I personally agree with you, and like on a guy like Tyreek, I wouldn't be taking him in the first, personally. Maybe that's who they're going to pick tonight. That would be fun to run back in about an hour or so. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of low key flying a little. We're an hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half. We're almost halfway through. And maybe it's about on time. But Brock Bass says, wouldn't hate Hairston. Don't like old rookies that only played 6 games this past year. Want Amos. I know Amos is 23, so that might be a turnoff to some as well. But again, he's been in the Saban system. He was there for a year, and I just feel like he's seen everything. He's very well versed in the different coverages and assignments and what route combinations and what to do. I think is super good. But I like Noel Williams for it too. Noel Williams would be excellent. Even in the 3rd round, I would not hesitate. We've picked him a lot in the streams. Right. We've done a lot of mock drafts this cycle, and we've definitely done a lot of picking of Noel Williams. So he's like the one guy who I think would be great. But again, he's got, when you talk about the thresholds, he's got a little bit shorter arms. So Green Bay may not be thinking about him as a perimeter corner. So that kind of also plays into it, right? Of like, does Green Bay think Thomas is athletic enough? Does Green Bay, think Porter can play right away? Does Green Bay think Quincy Riley's even an outside corner, right? So does Green Bay think Zy Alexander, is a fit for them? So there is a lot of that, and that's why I think that buzz about corner early makes sense. But anyway, we got to get to Tyler Warren. Thoughts on the Cardinals' needs? I'm sweating. Yeah, I mean, if I were them, I'd take Harmon. Not going to lie, I would. I wouldn't hesitate. So we got to get to Grant and Warren, don't we? We're way behind. Okay, let's do this. Let's go quick here. Right? We didn't do Grant yet. I plugged it in, though. Okay. All right, let's get Kenneth Grant up there. Why is it over here now? Silly thing. Okay. All right. So Dolphins picked Kenneth Grant, right? 6'3" and 5'8", 331, 718 RAS. It wasn't quite the RAS maybe we were expecting because of Bruce Feldman's freak list, right? Talking about, hey, this guy's got, elite explosion and agility and all this stuff. It still went well for him, but it wasn't, to the Jordan Davis level that maybe we were expecting. 33.5-inch arm length. That should give him help to control on the interior. He's got an 82nd percentile 10-yard split, which is encouraging for the explosiveness, as well as that 81st percentile vert. Again, obviously the testing numbers don't mean everything, but we've talked about how generally the good football players are good athletes along with being good football players. 27 pressures, 3 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 5 passes defense, and 22 run stops. Production from a counting standpoint is a little bit better than Graham. He's extremely sudden for his size, can work around blocks as well as deconstructing them, right? He can hold the point of attack, right? He's got closing burst when he swims around blocks as well that I think is really enticing for a 330-pound player, right? And if he flashes as a pass rusher, he's got the bull rush, right? He broke out a lot of moves against Washington in the national title game last year, right? Where I thought he was truly exceptional and where that buzz started to really take off for him. But yeah, the swipes, the swim and arm over, the club moves, right? They're all there. It's just, can you improve the pad level and build consistency as a rusher to reach your ceiling? That's the deal. That's the deal with Kenneth Grant. And I think he can get there, right? I think he can get there. And I think that's where I think for Green Bay, when we're talking about like, oh, let's go the one tech route, this would be the exception to the rule of like, do we really need just only a run stuffer, right? And I think Harmon is also an exception because of how well he handles doubles at 314, which we'll probably get to tonight, I presume. But that's what I'm thinking right now of like, okay, if you're going to take the one tech, this would be the guy. That's why he's not available, right? That's why Miami took him. Okay, Colts take Tyler Warren, who's my tight end 2. I think he's most people's tight end 1, right? We all know who my tight end 1 is. We don't need to ever speak his name again. Never again will we shall speak his name. It's like, you know who. We'll be saying you know who. You know who is Loveland's new name, for sure. We've got an Icarus reference. We got a Harry Potter reference. We're hitting all the notes tonight, for sure. Okay. Let's get our guy Tyler Warren up here for the Colts. I will update the ticker momentarily, so we have that all updated. But I wanted to obviously catch up with your comments, right, and all of that. Rock Bass talking about trade back in the first unless Stewart falls is their best case scenario. Joseph Gleason, amen, I believe, talking about, if you need a one tech and you want one, he is the guy to do that. Yeah, and the Colts selecting Tyler Warren here, I think it makes things really interesting. And I think Juice and I last night, if you guys were there for the mock draft on Draftmas Eve, we actually had Warren to the Colts, which I think makes a ton of sense, right? So 2024, an absurd season, not the best season in terms of production. We'll probably talk about him tomorrow night potentially. But 104 catches for 1230 and 8. That is insane. That's almost what McMillan did in terms of the yardage as a tight end, right? 2.78 yards per route run was only third in the class for qualifying guys, which was interesting in just 2024, right? He also threw 6 passes, completed 3 of them for 35 yards and a score, and also ran the ball 25 times for 218 and 4 touchdowns in the Wildcat looks, right? Barron could be the Cardinals pick, Ayers Joy. That's possible. In his career, usually for tight ends, right, in terms of the yards per route run, we'd like to see 1.7 as kind of your cutoff number. If you're above 1.7, usually that's pretty good. And so Warren clears that at 1.99, obviously heavily influenced by this season. But again, he had his most targets and such this season and his most amount of route participation. So that's good there. 63% contested rate and 6.6 yards after the catch per reception. I think he's maybe not 100% ready-made, but I think he's extremely close to a ready-made inline blocker that you're going to get this high in the draft. Good technique. He works low to high. He can, and working low to high really lets you win the leverage battle, right? It lets you be able to drive guys off the ball, which I think he does really well in several spurts throughout his season. His catch through contact and in-air athleticism is excellent. He's physical at the top of his routes. He's not super quick and dynamic and tactician as a receiver, but he's got the burst in space. He's got toughness. And when you have that in-air athleticism to adjust and contort for the football and elevate at the right time with all of that, ability to rip through zone and use your physicality at the top of routes, that's going to help you as a receiver. The Jeremy Shockey comps feel very good, actually, for Tyler Warren. I do like those. So again, and his versatile deployment, we were joking about this with the Colts. We were joking about it. But, little Wildcat with 3 guys who could run the football in the backfield, right? Little Tyler Warren, Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson package, perhaps, would be kind of sick, not going to lie. Because it's funny, all 3 can throw passes, and Tyler Warren has proved that. So would love to see the creativity kind of jump to the front seat for the Steichen offense this year, because Tyler Warren adds plenty of that to it. So big fan of that for the Colts. That's really cool. And I think as we're waiting, maybe we're not waiting for the pick. Okay, no, we're not. The Falcons have picked, but can we just talk quickly? I want to quickly talk about this because I know I've got a lot of questions about it and a lot of comments and rebuttals about this specific topic about round 1 tight ends, right? Just really quick to kind of paint the picture. When you look at the tight ends who have struggled, right, in the first round, and there have been a decent number of them taken, right? I wish I could bring up that list. Let's see if I can. Because I think it shows you it's something where I think we'll have a nice picture of, excuse me, what it is. I need some water. But the recent tight ends in the first. Let's think about it really quick, right? We got Bowers. Pitts was one, right? You had that year with Njoku, Howard, and Ingram. You had Hawkinson, Fant. I said Pitts. Was there more? You had Kincaid, right, as well. And so what are the failures do we think have in common, right? Your Howards. I'd say Njoku did okay, right? I think he did fine for a pick in the 20s. Hayden Hurst, I think, was one, right? Hayden Hurst was one. That was a little odd as well. But you look at the Pitts and the Kincaid and the Fant, right, and the Howard, and you go, what do all of those guys have in common? They never figured it out in line. They had to figure it out only as a receiver. And because they weren't elite of elite as a receiver, it didn't work, right? The Hawkinson, he's figured it out in line. And I know Laporta wasn't a first-round pick, but he has continued to develop and become a better player that Detroit can adjust their formation for, and that's why I think Loveland can be that. But they have to figure it out as a blocker, right? Kraft figured it out. Laporta has figured it out. Bowers isn't a blocker, but he can run slant routes like a receiver. Elite explosiveness, elite speed. They give him end arounds. You don't see tight ends getting end arounds. So he has the elite physical traits to succeed only as a receiver. But it's very, very rare to have that. And so if your guy can't block that you're picking in the first round, you may want to reconsider. Kyle Pitts, Dalton Kincaid, who is smooth and was getting the Kelsey comps, and that was all great, but he needed to produce. He's had some drops, right? Shakir's kind of took his role. And so when you have Shakir out there taking your role, what do you need to do? You have to be a better inline blocker. You have to get yourself onto the field somehow. And he's being taken off for Dawson Knox. And that's why it's not working. He hasn't become the tight end part of tight end. And so I think that's the first round tight end discussion where they better be able to block. Especially in this day and age, we're getting to 12 personnel under center, right? Trying to change formations with the same personnel. That's you have to have that. Okay, rant done on that. The Falcons took Jaylen Walker, which I think DJ and a lot of people had, actually. And when Jaylen Walker gets picked, and I know we're inching ever so close to a potential Shedeur Sanders to Pittsburgh scenario here, which I think is a possibility. Walker gets picked here, right? We talk about the hybrid defenders. We have to have that discussion because I think it's relevant for a player like this. Now, I think Jaylen Walker can be, even in this front, play as far away from the ball as possible to be able to attack. And I think that gives some validity to this selection. But the hybrid defenders, it's a dangerous game to play. Zaven Collins, Isaiah Simmons, Hassan Reddick. It took a long time for Hassan Reddick. So and there are these guys where it's like, ooh, where's he playing? Is that cool? Is that fun? Is that, is that interesting? And it's like, yeah, it is. But also it's a little risky because if they don't find the home, you're in trouble, right? That's the issue here. And so, again, Jaylen Walker could work out, but it's a certain bet, I think, to me, him becoming an excellent pass rusher, which I think he has the physical traits to become. But if you're trying to, we're not going to pigeonhole him. We're going to move him, to this spot and this spot. And it's like, okay, well, he better be, utilized in a way that he is just kind of being, comped him to a missile of just like he's just getting to run, with linear stuff, sometimes curvilinear stuff, but you're having him run forward and run to the perimeter and do all that. Because I didn't like the film at linebacker very much, to be honest. I think he has a lot of work to do in the mental processing part of playing linebacker, which again, a lot of people do at this point, right, in their careers as it's coming. It's a hard position to play. And I listened to Audibles and Analytics where John Ledyard and Ali Connolly go through this of all the responsibilities of playing linebacker in today's game. Yeah, it's probably going to take some time. And that's, and I think people were kind of like, this, why isn't Edgerrin Cooper getting a lot more snaps? And again, I was one of the people saying he should get more. And, I think I ate crow for that one a little bit, listening to them talk about this of you have a lot of assignments. fit the run, get to your spot, beat the lineman to the spot sometimes if you have a lot of speed, right? But you also have to be able to turn around and get to a spot in coverage off of play action if they're asking for that. You have to set guys up if they're out of their position, right? They shifted guys. Hey, are we switching? Are we switching our gaps? Are we changing based on them flipping the formation, right? Getting guys into, so if you're doing all of this and have to understand what the play is and understand where your fit is like that, there's a lot that goes into playing QB of the defense. And so that makes it difficult. And we'll probably talk about that more with Campbell and Schlesinger over the next 2 nights here when they get picked. But yeah, with Walker, he's got the jetpack, installed on him, threaten the outside shoulder really well. He can cross the face of guys with the inside move, right? As a pass rusher, he can turn the corner. And I think Atlanta's going to ask him to do that, right? They've been hoping for Arnold Ebiketie, D'Angelo Malone, right? A lot of these guys to and I think Caden Ellis does a little bit of Sam linebacker work, if I'm not mistaken, where they kind of want them to operate near the line of scrimmage and attack and be more physical, but also be explosive. And they've kind of been looking for this player for a long time. And I think them staying in Georgia for a guy makes a lot of sense. I know there's been a lot of talk about them, they should probably do that at some point. And again, 34 pressures, 6.5 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, and 37 tackles because he didn't always play on the edge, right, for Georgia, right, this past season. 6'1", 243. The arm length is a little short for sure, but that's, again, the linebacker versus edge conversation. He maintains a lot of speed and acceleration with the movement. He is embracing run defense, right? He does everything possible to hold his ground, play violent, initiate some collisions at the line of scrimmage. But again, is he playing full-time edge? I think he has to, because I don't think the linebacker stuff is all cut and dry for him. I don't think he has all of it put together to do that. So that's where I think it's an interesting swing for Atlanta. I thought they might be in a Mike Green. Now I don't know where Mike Green goes, because I think obviously folks are not happy because Nolan just went to Arizona. I think Stewart might go to Cincinnati, folks. And if Shedeur isn't there, Pittsburgh will take Harmon, from what I've been told, because Grant's gone, and if they don't get Shedeur, Harmon's the third guy. So things might dry up a little quickly here for Green Bay because of kind of a domino effect that might start here with Nolan. But that's some thoughts for me on Jaylen Walker. Let me see here. This one's here. This one's here. I keep doing this to myself. I keep flip-flopping because the scenes are on the StreamYard thing, and I keep flip-flopping them, and I'm not doing a good job remembering which is which. But I got to update this thing. We got a few more picks coming in. I think we can get enough characters in here, as long as we don't put the position they play. But Cardinals, Walter Nolan, we'll get to talk about a player I think could be a top 5 player in the class when all is said and done, because of the elite of elite ceiling. So I very much understand this one. So, all right, Cardinals select Walter Nolan. I think people are not happy about the pick, kind of like I was a little earlier in the night. Joseph might have jinxed us all. Said someone's going to fall to Green Bay. Matt's too good. We might have started a bad chain reaction here. SEM40, what's going on, says, hear anything on the new Harmon injury talk? Yeah, I've heard some stuff on it. It's weird that it came out the last couple days, but if there is substance to it, that could create a potential fall there. And I kind of, if he continues to and it creeps further and further down the board, you got teams like the Ravens, Chiefs, and Eagles that I think would 100% want to capitalize on that. So that's maybe the concern, even more so. So, all right, Walter Nolan here. But yeah, Harmon, I think as long as the Steelers get Shedeur, Harmon, I think will be on the board for Green Bay, at 23, unless somebody moves up to the Chargers spot, I guess. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Walter Nolan, 6'3" 3/4", 296, 32.5-inch arm length. Didn't do the testing. Even when he looks like an elite athlete, in terms of like just the movement skills down in Mobile when I got to see him up close, and just how he looks on film, I'm kind of surprised he didn't do the testing. Very weird draft process for Walter Nolan. But again, 35 pressures, 6.5 sacks, 14 tackles for loss, 3 passes defense, 32 run stops. And a run stop, I believe, is constituting a play that really doesn't generate much EPA, right? It doesn't generate much success. And like success, I think, is usually getting about half of, what's left in terms of distance to go. But run stops might also be just non-positive plays. That might be what it is. It might just be non-positive plays, meaning a stop at the line of scrimmage or behind. Walter Nolan, right? The burst, the lateral agility, the explosiveness, all of that is different, right? He can slant and he can work into a gap really, really quickly to the level of like you just may be so surprised that he was able to get there. So the ability to snap and change direction to get into a different gap when he needs to is so good. The explosion to power can really devastate interior offensive linemen, especially in both phases when he gets good leverage at the point of attack and he can shoot the hands to extend. Super good. And he can just jolt offensive linemen, and especially when they're pulling towards his side, right? The ability to jolt them and just kind of shut the run play down from jump is so good. He can flash that sit leverage shed ability, right? You can kind of, he does a good job sitting and peeking and then kind of, as we said, snap to that different gap, right? The ability to kind of attack one gap, right, as kind of a pass rusher is super good. He can turn the corner. He likes working in the cross chop. He likes ripping and turning the corner, right, as a pass rusher. But again, I think technique refinement a little bit. Sometimes he can turn the shoulder a little bit too much when he gets to contact phase. And also just, again, consistency, right? There's so much to like in the profile, but it's got to be consistent snap to snap for him to reach what I think is an immense ceiling, one that's higher than I think Grant or Graham could even get to. And again, I think if we look back in 3 years and Nolan's a top 3 player in this class and you go through a redraft and he's picked super early, like, it shouldn't be too surprising if we're being perfectly honest. So love that for them. Walter Nolan to the Cardinals. Bengals. To me, this could be a few things. It could be Shemar Stewart. It could be Derek Harmon as well. It is Shemar Stewart. Yep. The Bengals insiders have been on it the last 3 years. They have been all over it. Rock Bass says Nolan seems like a poor man's Clark. I don't know. I don't think Clark had the like elite of elite athleticism. In terms of change of direction, in terms of the twitch, in terms of the quicks, explosion, balance, power, all molded into one. Now, Clark has, I think, more of a fine-tuned football IQ for the game, and I think he was a more consistent stack and shed player at the point of attack, right, where he could play with good leverage, play with good, balance and anchor ability, and then obviously just to snatch guys away. So certainly I think he was better with the I think balance and strength portion more so than Nolan is at this point, but Clark doesn't have the elite of elite top 99th percentile athleticism that I think Nolan has. But Clark does some things I think better. But I do think if Green Bay is looking for a little bit of a different player than Wyatt, then I think that kind of maybe crosses Nolan off the list just a little bit, like because they're kind of similar in what they do. So yeah, but I think obviously more pass rush, more stops, less points equals more wins, right? So I think improving the pass rush should, in theory, lead you to more wins, better protection, better quarterback play, all of that stuff. But Stewart is gone. Bengals stuck to the script and saved Green Bay's draft. Don't think he would have gotten us more wins. Rock Bass, who are you in? I forget who you want. Oh, you trade back unless Stewart falls is your thing. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Okay. Clark was known for the wrestling leverage background, and that's why he could play one tech. Yeah, and I think that's why Harmon can play one tech. And I don't know if he has the wrestler background, but because he has that power and strength and the ability to do that leg drop technique as well, where he can hold the point of attack and prevent combos from reaching the second level to free up guys. And I think that's the difference, right? So Joseph W. said had to hop off the stream for a few minutes. I'm so pissed the Bears took Loveland, man. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Yeah, he was an explosive type. Yeah, 2 in a row is tough. Yeah, I think Stewart's very polarizing. Some really wanted him, some did not at all want him, which is fair. So, yeah, I think Harmon is plan B or trade back for Rock Bass. Got it. So, yeah, some people didn't want Stewart. Some people did. I think that's fair. That's what the polarizing player does for you. You have guys who are all the way in and people who are all the way out. I'm not all the way out. I'm just not super in at 23 personally. But the Bengals get Shemar, which again, as I said before, the Bengals beat writers and insiders have been nailing this for the last 3 years. They've been right. So they're the go-to now, right? They're the go-to, and I have who they are, and we'll be able to chat. I'm probably going to see what they have to say about tomorrow night, because then we can throw some fun predictions in there to figure out who it's going to be. But let's get to Shemar Stewart. I feel like we might get a trade here if somebody wants Sanders real bad. Seattle and Tampa, good spots. Wonder if Tampa could trade down from 19, maybe come back up a few spots from like 33 or 34 and go get Jahad Campbell because he's falling because of the injury. That's something to monitor for sure. But let's talk about Stewart really fast before we get any of that, because I think that could be coming at any moment. All right, so the Bengals take Shemar Stewart. Let's talk about this really fast here. 6'5", 267, probably played around 280 when it comes to what he was doing at Texas A&M, because they were asking him to be an edge setter. It was defend the run first, then attack as a pass rusher, which it's kind of what Green Bay does. So obviously the fit made perfect sense. And this was a guy I was talking about in October, kind of as like, oh, all the tools, hasn't put it together perfectly yet, right? That sounds like a Green Bay Packer. Guy who's only going to be 21 when they pick, that sounds like Green Bay Packer. But anyway, 6'5", 267, a 10 RAS, right? The 34 1/8 inch arm length, right? The 158 10-yard split at 267, 96th percentile. The 40 inch for 98th percentile. 10 feet 11 in the broad jump. That's 99th percentile for edge rushers. 39 pressures, right? So there's some level of disruption and not production, right? Disruption, not production for Stewart right now, where he's still being disruptive and kind of wreaking havoc, right? But he's not finishing, right? 1.5 sacks. You want more from that. I think that was 14 or 13 more pressures than Michael Williams, so that's interesting. Might have played more games though. But again, a forced fumble, 15 run stops. He flashes the ability to set the edge, right? And he can attack, as a pursuit guy and get into the backfield in a hurry, right? He's got tremendous explosion and twitch. I think he's definitely more flexible than he's given credit for when he's trying to turn the corner, when he's trying to, win with the inside move, cross the face of offensive linemen, right? He shows a little bit of that, right? And he flashes a lot of things against the run. He loves to go to the bull rush, right? The explosion to power, and it can be effective, but he has to find something else, right? He has to find something else. And I think the Senior Bowl did a nice job of giving him a chance to attack from the 7 or 9 tech, and which is, again, further and further away from the ball, right? Further and wider on the line of scrimmage. And so that tracks, right? Maybe the Bengals are going to do that a little bit more. I think they brought in the Notre Dame coordinator, Ohio State coordinator, one of the two, from the national championship. So maybe that changed. Maybe that's kind of what they're envisioning for him. We'll see. The almost 27% career missed tackle rate is not ideal. And again, the production's lacking. This is a traits versus production argument. Stewart has some excellent traits to develop, but he is a guy that you take 2 to 3 years to make sure he gets there. And I think the Bengals think that their window is still open in 2 to 3 years, right? Obviously, Higgins will probably be a free agent then, but in theory, we'll still have Burrow and Chase, and you're hopefully getting, there are a lot of guys that you should be able to add via the draft to continue to add the influx of defensive talent. This could be an all-defense draft for the Bengals. It wouldn't surprise me. I'd still like them to get offensive line at some point. But, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now with Stewart. And I think, again, it's a big swing. It's a swing that a lot of people like. It's a swing that Brian Gutekunst really likes. But, he wasn't my favorite. But, again, it's tough because my favorites at edge rusher in this class aren't exactly Green Bay fits, right? You look at the Greens and the Ezerakus of like, yeah, they're not going to really hold the point of attack like Van Ness and Gary will at their size, so it's kind of tough to envision it. But if they want bigger edge rushers, they're going to have some opportunities, right? They've met with Birch. Maybe they think that's where he's going to play. I don't think Elijah Roberts is going to play at edge if he's going to stay at 290, and they met with him. But I don't know. Like guys like Pierce, I know they met with him, but they met with Will McDonald a couple of years ago. I just don't. Again, Pierce, I don't think is going to stand up against the run very well. It would just be a weird divergence from what you've done for a long time. Ashton Jeanty, he's a fun player as well. No, I'm not upset about Loveland, Nick. I'm fine. We're okay. I'm not crying at all. Don't look at me. No, but what other teams are in the Harmon sweepstakes? Other than Pittsburgh, I haven't heard anybody else. I don't think Denver is, but Denver's kind of a wild card at this point. No clue. Joseph says, yeah, obviously Pittsburgh, like SDM40 says. Joseph says I'd be a little annoyed O-line at 23. I would like Simmons. I wouldn't be mad. O-line would be madness and annoy me. If it's Simmons, man, I'm in. You can count me in. Not crazy on Hairston. Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Harmon Egbuka, Amos, Emin Worry. Emin Worry's got a lot to iron out, personally, for me. I'd rather have Starks than Emin Worry, because I think Starks can play corner, actually. Gosh, I would love to see Green Bay do that. Say, no, we see him as a corner. We'd be so sick, honestly. We got Zabel to Seattle. A lot of people talking about Will Johnson and Golden. Pierce as a dark horse is weird. I don't know. Green's okay against the run, but I just don't think with the heavier formations, like, you know, if tight ends to his side, they're going to either have to run to switch, run to kind of switch and realign the formation, or he's just going to get just kind of destroyed off the ball a little bit. So, Gray Zabel to the Seattle Seahawks. Let's talk about him, shall we? Gray Zabel's intriguing. One of the more interesting players down in Mobile all week long because he was switching positions all the time, playing center, both guard spots, even got some run at tackle. I have to put Seahawks pick this guy into the thing, and I don't know why I can't get that to do that. I'm such a good speller. What the heck? There we go. Okay. So we get to our presentation. Gray Zabel, 6'5" and 7'8", 312, 32-inch arm length. That might be why you see a lot of people saying, yeah, let's kick him inside. This is not full screen. What the heck? Obviously, hyper-versatile, jack-of-all-trades offensive lineman, right? Essentially did everything. I didn't even include that he had some center snaps at North Dakota State because it was like under 100, but he did have some. 974 at left tackle, over 1,000 at right tackle, and combined for just under 700 at both the guard spots. So he has truly done everything, right? So that's pretty exciting for Seattle, who kind of needs almost everything but Charles Cross at left tackle, right? Where Abe Lucas, it's kind of been okay, but I think Zabel's going to play on the interior. I have no problem with Seattle doing this. You have a lot of picks on day 2, right? I think they have 4, so they can do a lot of different things there. So, this is good, right? He's very quick, got good foot speed, rare initial quicks at the line of scrimmage, right? He's going to be able, if you're running some zone stuff, right, which I think they brought in Kubiak. Yeah, they probably will be. So, that'll reach blocks, second level blocks, right? All of that stuff where he's going to work to space and get to certain landmarks. He can do that, right? And I think that rare initial quicks is going to give him the opportunity to try to land the first strike, try to get to the spot before another player in the run game, where that's going to give him that early advantage. And he's got good reactive and functional athleticism, right? The quicks to readjust, adjust to the inside move, work around the arc, like all of that stuff. But again, if he goes to guard center, that athleticism is going to take over. What? Why would they do that? Why would Tampa take Egbuka? 3 slot receivers, 1 team? What the heck is Tampa doing? What the heck heck are the Bucks doing? Anyway, projects best as a guard or center. Seattle, they needed this. They add this. Again, wouldn't have even been mad if they went Donovan Jackson. But again, Zabel was projected to go here. Seattle, this has been a connection for a while. Tampa getting Egbuka is strange to me. And again, I think you can try him on the perimeter as a Z. But like, boy, they need receiver that bad. I mean, he's a really good player, right? The floor is so high, but that is super odd. Why have they done that? Why have they done that? That's so strange. Like, Golden would have made more sense to me because I think he's got better projectable traits to the perimeter. And as I said, I think it's fair to say that Egbuka can do it. Huh. That surprises me. Very, very surprising. Very surprising. So strange. Okay. Well, let's talk about Egbuka. Huh. I don't get it, really. I'm trying to wrap my head around this one, to be honest. I know Airjoy's big on Kennard, Green. Will Johnson's there at 23. You have to take him. I love Will or Barron. I would take Amos over Will Johnson, honestly. Pittsburgh may take safety. They have met with some safeties, but with Harmon and Shedeur, if they're both still there and the Broncos don't trade out of this pick, which they might now, then I could see it being, then I think it's going to be Shedeur. If the Broncos move out, that means Cleveland's coming up to grab QB, or the Giants are, one of the two. Yeah, I'm with Joseph. I don't think Goot is taking Pierce unless they just want a situational pass rusher in the first round and they don't think that there are guys with that type of speed and burst, which is probably fair, and that type of production down the way. If you're going to take somebody like that, still probably want to do it in the first because that's where most of that high-end talent is. Joseph says he liked Golden. Ed Madden, what's going on, says I want Harmon, Barron, Amos, Golden, Egbuka. Happy with any of those. Yeah, those would be all nice. I don't know if they're going to take Barron. I think he has to play the slot for them. Maybe they still do because he's just a darn good player. I wouldn't mind that at all. I want Barron. I think Barron's very good. Will the Packers want him? They've passed on Branch. They've passed on Jean to be slot players. So I don't know if they're looking for that necessarily, but I wouldn't mind that at all. It's definitely a good list. Selfishly, I want Barron. Greedily, I want Harmon or Pierce. That's fair. Barron's a McDuffie guy. That does make sense. I like that. But yeah, Tampa's strange. Yeah, Chargers could do a lot of things. Yeah, Golden, that's weird. That's weird. That is super strange for Tampa. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it because again, maybe he can play Z and then that'll make us all look foolish. But bringing back Godwin and McMillan, I mean, I guess, hey, Evans, Egbuka, McMillan, and Godwin. I mean, hey, that's something, I guess. It's a lot of pass catchers. Guess you could do, okay. Whatever floats your boat, Tampa, I guess. Ed Madden says, agree, Barron is versatile, could play anywhere. Amos is outside corner, very scheme versatile. Yes, I think, Ed, being with Saban, right, I think he's just very clear on what quarters is asking of you, what 3 is asking, what 4 is asking, what 2 is asking, right? Like, he knows all of those principles. And I think the vision and the anticipation and the recognition and the IQ is so high with Amos that I'm so in on that. The pass rush does drop off, but again, if you're looking D-tackle and not edge, again, I don't know who they're taking at edge now. That's my problem. Like, maybe they'll swing for Ezeraku, but again, I just don't think the Ezerakus, the Greens, the Pierces are going to defend the run like you want them to. I'm not going to be upset. It's just going to be kind of confused like this one. As of who do I want? Probably Amos, Harmon, or Simmons, which I know isn't as popular, but I think those are the 3 I would be looking at here. Secure the cheap contract for Egbuka. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. Why are you paying Godwin so much? It's very strange. It's very strange. I figured that, I figured Tampa, obviously the Campbell injury might be more serious and Tampa didn't want to go near that, but also the Ezarakus and the Greens and the Pierces are very much Tampa. And also like Amos and Will Johnson, like they need outside corner too. It's weird. But let's, should we talk about Egbuka real fast here before something happens? So Emeka Egbuka for our buddies here at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 6'0" and 7/8", 202, 972 RAS, a 4.48 40, really nice number there. The 4.12 shuttle is really good for him. It's just, the vibes are very JSN with Emeka Egbuka, of like just great understanding of the game, high IQ, very quick, very good route runner, reliable hands catcher, like all of that screams JSN as well. So again, the field IQ, what route depth do I need to be, right? The spacing against zone coverage, the ability to find space against zone coverage, right? Like he does a great job of like seeing the sinking linebacker and just sneaking in behind him to the open space, which is, again, what you want to see. And that's why I think if you're looking strictly, again, non-Travis Hunter division, if you're strictly looking at like what they can do at this point in their career, the evaluation, no projection, I think Egbuka could be the best player of this class. But again, that's not baking in the projection and all of that. So, but again, the field IQ, the spacing, attacks leverage well as a route runner. He's dominant on outbreakers because he can attack leverage, and he's very quick in the through break transitions, right? A lot of three-step transitions, and he's out of there without, drifting too far up the field, right? The route breaks are crisp, and the cut and the ensuing, work out of that cut is really flat and tight to the line, right? So that I think is what's really good about him. Reliable hands catcher, right, through contact, making adjustments. He doesn't have the explosiveness to tilt the field, but he's a phenomenal bucket getter. Just like Chris Godwin's a phenomenal bucket getter and fluid to make guys miss and do all that, right, as a like Jaylen McMillan can do. Very interesting, Tampa Bay. Very interesting. Good for you, Tampa Bay. Good for you. Don't know what you're doing. So, strange one to be sure. But I'm sure big offense isn't complaining, right? Okay, so the Broncos actually took Barron, huh? Matt, what's going on? Says they want Banker slinging the pigskin. They certainly do. They've got a lot of pieces for that offense. Bucky, Rashad White, 4 receivers, and our guy at tight end, Kate Otten. So they got a lot going on that offense, and the offensive line is good too. So again, they're just forcing the issue to make the offense even that much better, which is interesting. If Shedeur is still there, feel Green Bay trade down coming. Yeah, them or Minnesota for sure. Minnesota needs that. Barron's gone, huh? Denver took Barron. That's smart. That's smart from Denver. That's very smart. I think the Broncos going running back here, again, even though I really like Henderson a little more than Hampton, I just feel like there's, and I think everybody in the chat would agree, there's just too much value here. He's not on Jeanty's level to me, Hampton or Henderson, even though I like Henderson a lot. There was just too much talent here. Barron, Harmon, Amos, even Simmons, because I feel like their O-line isn't like superb in Denver. Like they had a lot of directions they could go that wasn't taking a running back, right? Especially with Loveland and Warren gone, and Jeanty, of course. It was kind of like, no, they should pivot and take somebody like this, which it's not hard to like to not like this if you really wanted him. And I think he's very good. And again, I think he's in the mold of the, Brian Branch and Cooper DeJean a little bit as well, of like guys who can do so much for you at slot corner, which again, I think he's playing, right? You have Surtain and Riley Moss. So I think he's playing that position for them, and maybe he moonlights at safety a little bit. I wouldn't rule it out, of course. But like that, I like this for Denver. Denver's doing everything they can to compete. It's very weird that Tampa didn't want him, It's very strange that Tampa said no thanks to Barron. And I get it. Maybe they want true outside corner, but even still, like, I just don't know. I just don't know what Tampa's weird. Tampa, you're weird. What is this about? Now, why would they do that? Now why would they do that? Let me see here. Yeah, let's talk about Barron. Because again, a lot of people upset in the comments, and I think that's fair considering how talented of a player this is and how good he was this past year playing on the boundary, that you'd be like, oh, well, we kind of would like this. Hopefully the ticker is a nice little addition for you guys. I know there was some people last year of kind of how, what can we do with that and all that. And that's why I tried to, before we started, I was right to the wire with these graphics and all that of hey, let's make sure the ticker's ready and rolling with this. So hope you guys are enjoying that. Oh, Steelers took Harmon. They didn't take Shedeur. It's looking like Amos or Hairston if they stick. Okay, well, let's talk about Barron to Denver really quick here. 5'10 and 3/4, 194 and 8.62 RAS, right? 24 pass breakups, 8 interceptions, 21 tackles for loss in his career. And that tells you how effective that he is coming downhill, playing near the line of scrimmage as a slot corner, right, to fit the run. He has over 1,100 snaps at corner. He has 900 in the slot and 495 in the quote-unquote box, which I feel like is essentially saying he's a strong safety, right? Again, a hyper-versatile secondary piece, right? He proved that in a lot of off coverage, right? A lot of cover 3 and maybe some 4 mixed in there as well. Of play further away from the ball, use the instincts, use your change of direction skills, right? And your competitive toughness to attack and disrupt the catch point to your advantage. You don't need to be up in press, right? And all of that stuff where he got to be further and further off the ball, where he's peeling off stuff as a cover 3 guy. I really like that. But I think Denver's going to use him as the slot player, right? And I think that's good. Route recognition and eye discipline, very assignment-oriented player. I love those guys in the DB room. Your Brian Branches, right, is a phenomenal example. DeJean is a really good example of that as a slot player, where they just know where to be. They know they need to fit the run, right, and all of this. So I like that. He's a proactive communicator as well, right? And we talked about willing to fit the run. So the horizontal transitions, the forward transitions are really good. And we talked about it. Is he going to play in the perimeter? I don't think so. I think he's more suited to do what I believe Denver will do. And yeah, I mean, that's got to be exciting for a Denver fan. Because I think a lot of Denver fans were dealing with the idea of it's going to be running back potentially if the tight ends are gone, and we don't like that. But yeah, I don't mind this, and the Pittsburgh should be very happy about this pick as well. Hopefully that gets them to flock to the video on Harmon. But does that mean? Let me do a quick check here of I don't think the Packers can pick anyone. Well, no, they can. Never mind. That's not true. I was going to be no, the Packers can't pick anybody we've done a video on tonight, at least. That's not true at all. They could still pick Revel. They could still pick Golden. They could pick Higgins, which I don't imagine that's what they do. But hey, that's where we're living. Yeah, the Harmon one hurts a little bit for sure. That's a really talented player going to Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers, I guess. Will Howard in the 3rd. I don't know. Some people talking about does Green Bay burn down if they take Hampton? Yeah, probably, because Henderson would still be there. Again, I'm going to throw this out there as kind of the wild card, little curveball here. Green Bay takes Starks, but they play him at corner. That to me would be really interesting. And the problem is I know the athletic testing wasn't great, but maybe, just maybe, the Packers say, you know what, this time around, we see the GPS testing, we see the next-gen stat stuff, and we throw the curveball. Let's talk about Derek Harmon for Pittsburgh, because I really like this for them. Shout out to Smitty and Tyler and the boys over there at around the 412 for this Harmon pick. Very sick. Please direct all of your attention and subscriptions and all of that. Please send donations over to watch this video. that I put together on Derek Harmon, because I think he changes the calculus a little bit in Pittsburgh personally, because of what they can do now on their defense. So yeah, it's hard not to be excited, I think, as a Pittsburgh fan at this point in the night. Again, Derek Harmon, 6'4.5", 313, 75th percentile 10-yard split. He is explosive, and I think we know that, right? And to be very clear, like that's a big-time selling point with Harmon's game is that explosiveness. So 55 pressures and 5 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, 4 passes defense. Nice. He's getting his hand in the throwing lanes when he can't get home. You like to see that as well. Explosive and powerful, right? He's effective taking on double teams as a one tech. He's doing the knee drop technique. He's handling guys who are trying to combo him, right? Just taking up as much space as possible, not letting the line of scrimmage get reset, like all of this stuff, right? He's super, super good at it. And I think it gets overlooked because the run stop win rate isn't super high. I'm going to bring that up in a second with the pass rush win rate and the run stop rate of the defensive tackles in this class. And we can talk about that for a second, but really impressed with what he does there, preventing the combo climb blocks to the second level, freeing up all of the linebackers that he played with, Jeffrey Bassa especially, of like, go make a play, right? Go find the right gap to be in and go attack because I'm taking up all this space for you, right? And stack, shed, arm over, all this closing burst that he has when you leave him one-on-one against the run, he's going to show you that, right? He's not the most, efficient and explosive, in terms of turning, but when you ask him to just kind of like shed the block and then close space, right, running more forward in a linear path, he can do that at a high level, I think. A quick first step as a rusher. He's got the two-hand swipe. He can convert some of that speed to power, even as tall as he is, right, and sometimes turn the corner. I think obviously tackling, right, finishing is really the big question with him. A lot of pressures, right, a lot of disruption at the line of scrimmage. Not as many tackles for loss and sacks as you would like to see. He's in the backfield a lot, and he's whiffing a lot. And that is really the main question for Harmon is he's going to be a disruptor. Can he be a finisher at the next level? And that's what Pittsburgh's going to ask of him. He's probably going to play some one tech and be interchangeable with Keanu Benton because I now think both can do that. They've stuck Keanu Benton at the one tech at the nose on several occasions. And now you have kind of interchangeable pieces in there, which I think makes that front even more interesting. Harmon, Benton, Hayward, Highsmith, Watt. Wow. How about that? That'd be sick. A lot of talk about Morrison not tackling and Hairston and Pierce and all this talk here. Pass rush is too important to ignore. I agree, but boy, I don't know who I'd be swinging at this point. Rock Bass wants to trade back. I think that's fair at this point, at this juncture. If somebody wants to come up, take the QB, I think you 100% let them do so. So apparently Rap Sheet talking about why the Steelers were almost said something. They were split on Shedeur. I almost said something else. That'll be a fun explanation to watch. I'm probably gonna bookmark that for sure. Because I'm interested to hear that reasoning as well. Joseph Gleason asking, is Starks GPS testing way better than his RAS? Yes, it is. Go to the Combine Next Gen Stats, and you can see him moving through all the drills of like, who's the fastest in the drills, changing direction, speed on a nonlinear path. Like he is at the top of the list every time. And while I wouldn't play him at slot as much, because I think his transitions are a little bit slower than I would like. Outside corner or safety, I think would both work for Starks. So Jahad Campbell is still out there. He's probably having that fall with the medicals. So Jahad would be cool. Schwess is potentially the wild card here, folks. If Campbell's got the injury bug, they go Schwess. Don't rule it out. Van Ness can defend the run while they bulk. It's possible to work with. I just feel like it's more likely that it's Scorton if they go that direction. Joseph Gleason as a rock, who I'm not sure he is quite the fit. Same with Green, but Johnson, Hairston, Amos at corner, yes. Scorton, yep, I think so. From everybody I've talked to about the thresholds, I think that works. Simmons, and then you have the linebackers, Starks and Matthew Golden, if they prefer to go that direction. The Chargers could go Golden, though. So we've talked about Pitts. Oh, right. So I don't have Alfred Collins on here just yet, but wanted to just show this really fast of like pass rush win rate and run stop win rate for defensive tackles. And I'm going to throw pass rush productivity in there for tomorrow because we've only had the top 5 go, and I think I'm going to add more to this list. But you look at Harmon's pass rush win rate, 17.6%. Omar Norman Lots is almost 19. So that's something to monitor, right? Some of these guys who are true pass rushers. Obviously, Graham's was around close to 14, and you got Darius Alexander hovering around 13. Same with Vernon Broughton, who maybe could be an interesting one for Green Bay as well. Grant's was a little lower, and then you have, but it's not as low as like your Tyreek Williams is, right? CJ West, though, look at that pass rush win rate and run stop. It's very similar to Nolan's, and we know how Nolan is as a pass rusher. So just thought I'd bring that up. Obviously, if you guys off the board, it's going to be interesting to see if Green Bay sticks and picks who it's going to be. But yeah, I mean, Schwess, man, Schwess would be kind of wild, truly wild scenario if Schwess is the pick. The fact that we've kind of caught up here. Makes me wonder if the trade talks are deepening here. So, let's see. Schwess, I mean, that might be the ultimate wild. That might be more of a wild card than Starks, honestly, because I feel like if you're asking Starks to play corner, it's something that makes more sense. Got a Make-A-Wish guy doing Denver's first round pick. That's cool. That's very fun. That's a cool player to get to announce too. That's very fun. I can't wait to rewatch this because it's been a while. I think maybe 4 or 5 years since I've watched anything on TV of like the draft because more of the YouTube setup gives you the big monitor and stuff where I was on like the little laptop doing it on Periscope. I could have the TV in back and looking at some of this stuff. But yeah, the Will Johnson injuries have to be hurting it. And maybe the long speed questions as well. But I think all of that packed into one is why we're seeing the fall for him. And also why we're seeing the fall for Jahad Campbell. And if Golden's to the Chargers, there you go. It's going to get interesting, folks. It's not, I get it. I get it because it's, yes. Okay. So Jimmy Walker, what's going on? If you're new popping in here, says, does Green Bay have too many safeties to draft Starks? I know they have other needs, but I'd love to see Starks and McKinney. I would also love to see that. But also if you watch Starks play, right, and if it's a lot of heavy zone stuff, he's physical, and you've seen the unreal ball skills from a player like Starks, right? I mean, that can translate at corner, you know what I'm saying? That could work. And so I think if they draft Starks, Jimmy, they're playing him at corner, would be my guess. Maybe they play him at slot. It's possible. But I think Hobbs could do that, right? And Evan Williams could play some nickel as well if you're going to draft Starks, which is kind of what we were talking about like last week and the week before about Emmett Worry, of like you'd probably play Evan Williams at nickel and then Bullard's kind of stuck in the shuffle where that's tough, man. Just go out and compete. So yeah, I think it'd be very fun with him. I think linebacker's also still in play here. So we'll see if it is indeed. Oh no, it's not Golden. It's Omarion Hampton. Okay, so the Packers do have a chance to take Golden if they want to. The streak could be over, folks. It could be. Green Bay's on the clock. I don't know if they're going to trade out. Trading out would be so them right now. It would be so them thinking, right, that if the Will Johnson slide continues, they're able to pick him at 33 and 34 and then just go ham on day 2. That would be very them at this point. It would be very them not to take Golden or any of the guys here. No, you're good, Prince. Honestly, I didn't see it either. I was like, oh, is he a little bit ahead? That's okay. No big deal. No big deal. That was a cool moment though, where we're all like, wow, Golden and Ladd, like that's sick, honestly. But Hampton goes to the Chargers, so that's weird for them, you know? That's a little weird because I feel like that's it's not a super like luxurious thing because I know they've kind of put the line together pretty well, but it is a little strange. I just feel like that front office, they better love the player. Know what I'm saying? They better love the player here. So we'll get the Chargers and Omarion Hampton here as we get ready for potentially the Packers to pick or to trade out. Would be classic, of course. But I think we know. I trade back. Yeah, if somebody wants Johnson, or say the Chiefs want Josh Simmons, right? If they're interested in him, they come up and take Simmons. You're going back to 31. You're still picking tonight, which is cool. Let's quickly, before it happens here, let's go as quick as we can to talk about Omarion Hampton, because I know everybody wants to be in position for this one. Places, people. I feel like I'm Michael Scott. I don't know a lot of offense references, but I know when the fire alarm goes off, right? Oh my gosh, it's happening. That might not even be what that's in reference to, but I know that's what I'm feeling right now. So Omarion Hampton going to the Chargers. This is an interesting one. 5'11", 3/4, 221, an elite RAS, right? 9.7. 2 seasons of nearly 6 yards per carry, 1,515, and then 1,615. Insane production for 2 seasons for him. He's the bruising workhorse, right? If you're going to feed a guy a lot of carries, which Greg Roman would like to do, right? This makes perfect sense. Really good acceleration, sustained speed and space. He can be the home run hitter at 221 as well. He's got the power and excellent balance to shrug off contact. I think his process is pretty decent, right? In terms of finding creases between the tackles. He can slalom the footwork, right? Link cuts together to get into the gap where he wants to also be reactive to the process as well. I'm sure that, as SDM40 is saying, the Packers are probably getting calls like the Chargers did, and they're thinking about it for sure. But yeah, he makes adjustments, right, to when the creases open up at the line of scrimmage. I think he's got good footwork, right? But I don't know if he has like the elite lateral solutions to all the obstacles in his way that guys like even Scadaboo and Henderson and Harvey and Neal and some of those guys. But again, when it comes to the Chargers of like get downhill, press the line of scrimmage, you have the acceleration to win the corner if you need to bounce something out. But if the gap opens, you can win through contact and win with speed. It does make sense in terms of the fit for the Chargers here. So I get it, but also it just feels like the Chargers with Ortiz and Harbaugh would feel like, maybe again, they ran out of guys in the trenches. They were thinking Harmon here as well, so they pivot. So, could be a team that's heavy in on the defensive line with a Tyreek, an Alfred Collins, a Sanders, somebody like that on day 2. So the Packers, have they picked? No, okay. Well, Schefter had a tweet notification come up, and the first thing that it said in the tweet was Michigan cornerback Will Johnson. So I thought that was the pick for second. False alarm. He is saying the knee issue is why he has not been selected at this juncture. So that's where we're sitting right now. Freaking out. Will they do it, folks? Will they do it? Are they going to do it? They met with him. Are they going to do it? They're definitely fielding calls for sure. Browns, Giants, maybe wanting to go up to get Shedeur. Maybe the Chiefs, as I said, or somebody else wants to go get Simmons. It's very possible that they're sitting on that. Will be very interesting to see what happens here. Very, very interested. And I'm going to make sure I'm sharing the link to the stream when the Packers pick, so maybe we can get a few more folks in here. When the selection happens, if it does. Maybe it won't. We'll see. Gosh, the anticipation, it's palpable right now. Eagles-Packers discussions. Let's see. That's Mike Green, isn't it? Gosh, dang. That's probably Green. Maybe Pierce. Maybe Simmons, though, to replace Lane in the long term. That's a perfect red shirt for Simmons. Like a perfect red shirt for Simmons. So I get it. If Green Bay working the phones is... Yeah, Ian Rappaport said they're getting trade calls for sure. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? As we've already talked about, the QBs, Simmons. You move back, but moving back to the Eagle spot is fine because we still get a pick tonight, right? We still get a pick tonight. That's fine. But it just means you sit around a little bit longer. We'll get to close the showdown, though. If they pick 32, we'll get to close things down, right? Jimmy Walker says, I bet this is golden. They are sick of Watson. I don't think they're sick of Watson. I get what you're saying. I know there's frustration with the injuries, but I actually think Watson took a step in year 3 in terms of like stem contact and handling it while maintaining your speed to win down the field. So I get it. The injuries are a frustrating thing, and it's tough when you can't always control them. But yeah, I mean, I get it. Golden's an ascending player, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm on. The streak's over. Oh, it's over. They did it. They did it. Oh, the streak's over. I think the streak's over, guys. Oh, it is. It's the streak's over. Send it over. Raise the flag. Spring is upon us. They've taken Matthew Golden at 23. They've done it. The streak is over. What a year. McElroy completes the Grand Slam after 15 long years, and the Packers have taken the receiver in the first. It's Matthew Golden. The streak is over. Green and Golden will be the headline tomorrow. They've actually done it. They've taken the receiver. Wow, guys. I'm getting chills, and it wasn't even my favorite. It wasn't even my favorite option, but I'm getting chills, folks. Oh, he loves the game, and the character's so good too. Wow, they picked him. They picked Golden, guys. Guys, they did it. Oh my gosh, they actually did it, guys. Oh man. They did it. They really did. They took Golden. Well, guys, if you haven't watched the video yet, go do it now. Matthew Golden video. We called it. We did it. We were early on it, boys. Oh my gosh. I don't mind me. I'm remaking the thumbnail real quick while they're picking. I promise we'll get to it. I promise. But gosh sakes, guys, they truly have done it. What a world. What a world. Guys, they took Golden. Oh. Parade in the streets, that place is going to go ballistic all weekend. If you're in Green Bay, you know, get out and have fun. They're going to enjoy this one for a long time. Long time, fellas. Wow. They really did it. Truly. We're here. We're here, man. We're here. Look at this. They took him. They did it. I know that the above average, I get it. I understand. He isn't. I get it. He's not elite, right? And I think that is maybe perhaps the biggest concern, right? But we'll talk about him as guys. I really want to be on this, folks, because I believe in this community, this channel. So I want to make sure we get this logo for it and we get all of it ready to go. That's all. That's all. Where's my logo, for goodness sakes? Goodness sakes, I can't find it now. I'm just gonna. All right, guys, we'll break it down. I promise. Don't leave. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time. What a day. Gosh, they really did that. Does he move the needle if Wicks and Dobbs play well? I mean, I think he's a better player than both, but I get maybe the concern a little. I think he still does. I think he still moves the needle in some ways that I think the others don't quite move the needle, right? And again, that's coming from a big time Wicks believer, right? I'm sorry we're not talking about it yet. I just want to make sure. Sorry. I just want to make sure we capitalize on this since we've done the film room already. Like that's all I'm trying to do. Okay. All right. There we go. That's all I want to do. If they did this, okay. All right, cool. All right. Gosh, let's talk about him. Okay. They actually took Golden. Truly something where. Okay. Here we go. All right, Matthew Golden, right? 5'11", 191. So this is interesting. I think the closest size comp you look to a player like this, right, is Chris Olave. And I think that is the type of player I think we're looking at here. I comped him to Deontay Johnson. I could see the Olave comps, right? Because Steve Smith had him as the number one wide receiver in the class. I don't think that's outrageous if you, again, as I've said a million times tonight, non-Travis Hunter division, right? 58, 9, 87, and 9. The production is a concern, right? The 1.85, career yards per route run is a little bit concerning for sure, right? But here's what I will say. His release package is developing well. He's improving that work versus early stem contact. I think you saw a pretty good success rate there. So I really like what I see from that. He excels on the in and out breaking routes. The one thing you guys are really going to like, right? Green Bay using that cheat motion, right? Where they got Wicks and some guys early in their careers. A lot of those like build up some speed and then make those in and out breakers count. He will do that at a very high level, right? He excels on the in and out breakers. He's so efficient in the through break transitions. He works great on the vertical plane with the hinge routes, the comebackers, the curl routes, right? Because he's so efficient. He can lull the corners to sleep with his tempo. He's got good body language with that vertical pressure. He's treating everything as a vertical route, right? And that's really important. He makes excellent adjustments. He tracks the football in. He had some bad drops his sophomore season with Houston, and I think a lot of that has been cleaned up and has really gotten better in terms of that ability, right? He obeys the football well. The high point timing is good, right? The adjustments, the body control, shielding from contact, right? And he flashes the catch-to-attack transition and field awareness to be a dynamic threat post-catch. You throw that 4.29 40 on that, look out. Defensive coordinators are going to do. I don't think he plays the 4.3, but man, that's cool. He's there in Green Bay where he's going to play football, walking across the stage as a number one draft pick, first round pick to go be the number one in Green Bay. He takes it over. I really, really, truly, may I say, hope that Watson can come back because I want to see Golden and Watson on the outside crushing folks. And then with Reed in the slot. I love that trio a lot. I love it. Okay. Does he block the best? No, he's got a little bit more of a slight frame, which I think could maybe hinder it as a blocker. But I don't think that he's going to, not be willing to do so. I think he's going to be very willing to do it. So there we go. Let's see. All right, let me see here. If Dobbs and Wicks play more consistent, then we will win almost all our games. Yeah, but again, Dobbs with the concussions. Wicks can't catch the football. The call by Murphy was dope. I can't wait to see it. Character stuff is good. We need top-end talent. Yeah, I get it. The corner room could have used Amos and company for sure. Ed Madden says, wasn't my favorite, but I do like it. I thought they'd trade down or take a quarter. From Paul Horning, Golden Boy to Matthew Golden. Good stuff. Good stuff. I know Daltanian Wade's not a fan of this one. I don't like it. Don't see it as a priority over D-line and corner. So who is the D-line pick you would have wanted here? That's my question. I'm just wondering. I would have loved to know. Obviously, the corners that were still here, Will Johnson, Trey Amos, for me would have made perfect sense for sure. But I'm just wondering who we would have liked at D-line here, because I think their two best fits in the first round, and Michael and Shemar, were off the board. I just don't think that Green and Ezaraku and Pierce fit them. I don't think they can play true defensive end in this 4-3, and that's my concern with all of those guys. Yeah, Steve Smith had him 1. I still like the chances of Kennard, Norman Lott, or Hairston, maybe Revel in the second. I think Morrison's possible in the second. Joseph, I think I covered that a little slight frame, but I think he's going to compete as a blocker. 2 tight end sets can certainly propel the run game. They might not be out on tight ends in this draft, to be honest. Mason Taylor can block his butt off. Joseph's loving this. Ayers Joyce's were off to a good start. We're going to have a top 10 receiving core. Ed Madden says still good options at D-line. Yeah, might address corner in the second. If Amos could fall to 54, that would be sweet. Yeah, wouldn't it? I wouldn't mind trading up to go get Amos, honestly. You want to go make that happen. But I think that if they like Noel, right, if they like who are we talking about? Riley. If they like players like that, I think they're going to be comfortable. And again, I think they have, if they believe in Bullard to take over as the slot guy, they got Nate Hobbs in there, and maybe they didn't like Amos, which I think is interesting. But this confirms the Mark Oldacres was talking about this right on Cheesehead TV. They like this the elite speed guys. Turns out they were all 3 here, right? Connerly, Golden, Hairston. And Golden doesn't have the production, but again, I think he's ascending, which is cool. Oh no, Airjoy says Golden is top end. Gotcha. It would just be good if those two. Gotcha. Yeah, Kennard's interesting in round 2. JTT is a fit in round 2, right? He's above 250. Just play Van Ness defend the run while he bulks. Is that as a Raku? Oh, Kennard. Yeah. You're talking about Kennard. Right. Yeah, because he's what, 254 or something like that. That can track. I still think there are fits at edge even further down, like Tyler Barron, Tyler Beatty, Fadil Diggs, guys on day 3 that could be picks. But this is fun, man. As Gruden say, this fun, man. Vikings get Donovan Jackson. Gosh, I'm really tempted to say something, and I'm not going to. It's not related. It's not super important. But this is an interesting one for the Vikings, because they add all that talent. They add Will Fries. They add Ryan Kelly, and they say we're going to keep going. Donovan Jackson certainly. I mean, the elevation is All right, let's get that up. Well, Packers fans, we didn't have to stay up all night and do a film room because we already did it. All right, let's talk about Jackson. Sorry about the dead air. Did not mean to do that. I think, SDM4. I think this is exactly it, right? They're not trying to replace Watson, I don't think. Though Golden can create big plays, I think the goal is to have both of them playing together. I think this is more of a, we don't want, to pay Dobbs and Wicks both, in the coming years. We will still want somebody else to be out there on the perimeter. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I would still want Watson despite the injuries, because he tilts the field like nobody else can. So that's the deal. All right, Donovan Jackson. Let's not sit on this too long, so we can do this. But Okay. So Donovan Jackson, 6'3" and 5'8", 315, 33.5 inch arm length, 9 RAS. Now, here's the fun part with him, right? 1,963 snaps at left guard, 529 at left tackle, right? So he's, and Ohio State had a problem, right? We lose Josh Simmons for the season. We have to figure out some sort of solution. They kick Donovan Jackson out there. He has to play against Abdul Carter in his first start, and it goes horribly, right? It goes horribly. It was a struggle beyond belief. But as he continued to acclimate and get better, right, and get more reps, it continued to provide the return on investment and then provide, them with stability at a position they needed to. So I think he's a versatile lineman, right? He's got the ability to create a best five. I think he's going to play guard, of course, because they've got Darisaw, Jackson, Kelly, Fries, and Brian O'Neill. There's your best five. He's a good downhill run blocker, right? The combos, the vertical run game, right? He's going to be a bully in that regard, right? So that's going to help your run game for sure. And he figured things out at tackle, right, with the quick footwork. He could vary the sets up. He got early strikes, and I think that could only help him at guard if that's where he's going to play long term, which I think he is in Minnesota, right? And the mental processing, all the experience at the position, right? Having guard and tackle experience, I to me, as I said, can only help you, wherever he's going to play for the Vikings, which, as we believe, is going to be one of the guard spots. But I do think Minnesota, they're doing, again, this is kind of like what Tennessee did, just probably better, right? Of like, we're going to fill this O-line room out, make every effort to make J.J. McCarthy as comfortable as possible as he enters his first year as a starter. So that's, I think, where we're at with that one, and it makes perfect sense, So, yeah, go nuts, Packers fans. I hope you all get me to 20,000 views on that video. That'd be great. I think, you know what's even great about the Golden pick? The Patriots fans are so upset they didn't get a chance to pick him. They're so upset about this. So, I'm sorry. The Giants traded up to Houston's spot and took Dart. So DJ was right. Giants took Dart. Okay, so we're going to get stumped. Dart was one of the players I didn't quite finish getting the graphic done on, which is a tough scene. We got stumped. I will say we're not getting stumped tomorrow night. We will have all of that ready to make sure that we have graphics for everything. But I do have some thoughts on Dart. He had 9 yards per dropback in 2024, which is really impressive. Let's pull up some stuff on this. Do we have trade details for this? Does anyone have those? If you can, drop that in the comments below. I think the Bills are going to pick Amos if the Rams don't. So, a lot of my buddies saying, let's go. We love that. We love that. I know it wasn't everybody's favorite, and I don't even think it was necessarily mine either. I saw your mocks, Joseph. We'll definitely chat about that for sure when I hop offline for sure. That'll be fun to do. Do we have anything on this? Here we go. Wait. Oh. Hello. Okay, so here's this. Let's get this. So the source is Giants get 25, the Texans get 34, 99, and a third. That kind of would have been nice, honestly, for Green Bay to get, right? But they go get Dart with a couple thirds, right? Sending to Houston to move up 9 spots, and they go get Jackson Dart, and yeah, I don't mind it, right? Jackson Dart, I think coming from that offense, maybe people are a little concerned, but I do. Whoops, let's go back here. I do think that, when you look at Dart, I think there are certainly things that you are okay with, I don't know why I just got a thing on my, I think like, again, with Dart, what are you getting initially? The swagger of playing the QB position. He carries himself well, right? I think he's got the compact delivery and release, right, to play the quarterback position. I think that, that he's not somebody where you're as worried about mechanics as much as some of the others maybe who get a little bit, looser with the mechanics sometimes. Him and Sanders do a really good job, I think, with that, where they're kind of more repetitive in their throwing nature. He can layer it, right? He can throw it outside the numbers. He can throw the deep ball, right? He had his buddy Trey Harris down there catching everything deep down the field. He can certainly add value as an athlete, as a scrambler, and maybe that's why Zabel likes him over Sanders maybe just a little, because he adds maybe just a little more speed and athleticism to the equation. There are certainly some times with Dart where the first read isn't there and we're out. We're out of there. I don't want any part of this. So that's probably the question with him a little bit, and he needs to continue to ramp up the process and read things quicker, which is kind of a dangerous thing to enter the league like that. But I do think, the good thing with Dart right now is he's going to be able to sit and wait. I think you don't start him right away. You let Russ and Jameis kind of figure it out who's taking the lead, who's going to be the starter there, and you let Dart sit maybe for the whole year. Maybe in the second half. Again, with the job on the line, maybe the ownership's going to want to see him play, but you don't start him, I think, in the first 10, 12 games. You let him sit, take the time, adjust to the speed. I don't love this for Neighbors, I'll be honest. I was hoping Jameis was just going to be the guy all year and we get 200 targets, but it makes sense that they're going after a QB. So that's my thoughts there for Jackson Dart. And I saw Atlanta moved up. So that's interesting. And they gave up quite a bit. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay. It sounds like the Eagles were trying to trade up, but obviously the Falcons just did, and they're taking James Pierce. So the Falcons have taken Jaylen Walker and James Pierce, right? That's quite something. No more DeVito times. Best first round I've seen as a fan in a long time. I want to see Watson and Golden together, even back to MVS days. Anytime it was hurting or Watson offense suffered, the D has no respect speed. That's the thing, right? Golden, I don't know if he is the elite field stretcher, but that 4.29 speed that he ran, right, is going to be the thing that strikes the fear. And obviously, if you were going to consider the first round receivers, he is the most explosive of them, right? Of Tet or Egbuka, right? And Golden, I still think, can prove he can stretch the field like that. Again, he's not a 4.2 guy necessarily, right, on the field, but I think that that at least that threat, right? It's almost not like it's almost like the play action thing where the threat of the run sets up the play action, right? Not necessarily running it. It's just that threat. And so the threat of the 4.29 is what's got to keep D coordinators up at night. They're like, oh, he can get down the field like that. That's not ideal. So, it isn't necessarily about like the play speed like that, although he does have some explosiveness and has run away from guys when he's gotten into the open field. But again, I still think when you have Golden and Watson on the field, it's going to be excellent. And again, if you were somebody who wanted Jaden Higgins or you wanted Tet or you wanted Egbuka, those guys weren't going to open up the field either. I think he at least provides more than those guys would for sure. Because again, if you were looking for that type of speed, you still got to look at like a Kyle Williams from Washington State, who's going to maybe have the explosives to stretch the field. I think Jalen Noel would do that. Trey Harris could do it, and maybe that's the player you guys were hoping for, and that's possible. But I don't think if you liked Higgins or Egbuka, that really wasn't the player you were getting. So I think Golden can stretch the field better than a lot of folks. And again, he's not. And I know people like Dante Thornton from Tennessee, the guy who can only run like 2 routes and is benefiting from that offense, because we love to prop up guys like that, especially Jalen Hyatt. We remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. So that's fine. And again, you don't have to agree that I'm not saying he's an elite field stretcher, but he's more explosive than Dobbs for sure. And he's more explosive than Wicks. And him and Reed maybe could get in a fun little foot race, but I still think He's faster. Wicks has to win down the field with all the tempo, on planet Earth. But so that's the deal there. The Falcons came up for Pierce, so we got to talk about Pierce. And I have a lot to say about Pierce. It's funny that I mentioned this last night, and maybe now the Falcons are going to play Walker at linebacker. Or just mug up the fronts and have some real sicko hours. That's interesting. So, very weird. Falcons gave up some interesting capital late. I know we're having the golden discussion, so here's some full terms of the Falcons trade with the Rams here. The Rams are getting 46. It's a 20-pick trade up here. Whoa, and the Rams got a first-round pick for this. The Falcons traded a future 1 to go get Pierce. Wow. Now, again, some of the pick swapping might, equal out. And I would have to go to the calculator for that. Maybe someone wants to take a little peek at the trade calculator and what that says about this. But wow, they gave up a first. That's interesting. That's different. James Pierce, again, what do you like from James? Well, here. All right, what do you like from James Pierce? And I'll kind of talk through what my scouting report is and all of that on Pierce, as well as we kind of look at the grades as well. Like, obviously the grades are off the charts. He's got 23% pass rush win rate and a 10% run stop rate, which I think is really good for him. And again, when he can take on tight ends and ancillary pieces in the blocking scheme, like, his run D is probably going to be pretty good, right? I don't think he has the ability to anchor and hold against NFL tackles. So he's, again, got to be further from the ball. So you got two guys here in Jaylen Walker and James Pierce who are further away from the ball. And again, they have some guys in the middle, Dorless, Aurora Rowe, Zach Harrison kind of plays that Leo, almost maybe even inside the tackle a little bit too. More head up probably, but like, they have defensive linemen in place to hopefully go have guys kind of like, I think, tee off and get after the QB, because Pierce is certainly that. Win the outside track, dip and rip, right? You get some hand usage. I think he flashes some good swipe moves and just the ability to kind of shrug off contact with good positioning to kind of make sure he flattens that angle. But sometimes he gets driven too far along the arc because he doesn't have a great counter to that speed rush, but plays hard, good backside pursuit, takes on blocks when he can. So again, they're getting guys who can just go tee off, and the Falcons have needed this for a long time. There was talked a lot about Dallas Turner last year and Latu and Verse. Are you going to take any of those guys? No, we're taking the QB. Now we're going to take pass rushers to go tee off, and Pierce has the high ceiling, has the production, right? PFF sack numbers are sometimes weird, so it might not be exactly 21 sacks in the last 2 years, but I think he's got a decent amount of tackles for loss too. But the pressures are, of course, way up as well. So that's Pierce is nice when they're asking guys to with speed to go tee off and create disruption on the outside track. That's what Pierce and Walker are both going to do for the Atlanta Falcons. So very nice. Let's update this. Let's update our little tracker. Obviously, the Texans were waiting on. I think everybody probably would agree with this. The Texans were kind of like, oh yeah, Donovan Jackson's our guy now. And then he got taken, and they said, no, thank you. We'll trade out. That was their kind of move there. But James Pierce to the Falcons. The Ravens could take Ezeraku if they so inclined to do so. Oh, freak. Oh, the Ravens. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, the Ravens took Malachi Starks. Freaking sickos. Freaking sicko Baltimore Ravens getting the good players. You knew it. You just knew. You just had to know. All right, let me catch up, obviously, on this. Golden doesn't play tonight. I hope he can get a corner in the second, in the pass rusher, and the third says Rock Bass. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Low likes to throw it deep. Now he's got someone to throw it to deep. Yep, who also consistently catches the ball. As much as it's tough to believe. Everybody had 7 drops last year except for Watson, which is kind of wild. Yes, Joseph, it lasts forever. Brandon Cooks had the same thing. It lasts as long as he's in the league and still in his prime. For sure it does. What is the key differences between Reed and Golden? Golden can play on the perimeter. That's for sure the difference. And that's really all it needs to be, right? Reed's a slot receiver, period, done and dusted. And Golden's not. Golden's a perimeter receiver who has consistently shown me to succeed against press, to have an answer, to have strategy and adaptability with his release on the perimeter. And I think he's a better route runner than Reed is. Not that Reed isn't good, but I think he's better. Again, I think Golden's kind of more of a early round 2 type receiver that you take at 23. But again, it's a thin class, right? Some of the best guys are off the board. That's the where you go. But man, Starks and Hamilton on the same freaking defense. That's the kind of stuff that makes you giggle. Yeah, Prince Capsaicin, I agree. Taking Walker and Pierce, very interesting combo. Again, they're just going to send heaters at the QB. I think they might mug up Walker in the A gap a little bit to just go attack, right? And that's something very, very possible that they end up doing. But they probably are going to let Walker have his chance to go sit in the Y9 and tee off as well, like Pierce definitely will. So I'm excited to see how that all comes together. Ayers Joy says Hamilton and Starks, the best safety duo in the league. Yeah, no question. Starks is that guy. And if they play him in the deep half, even as a post safety, while Hamilton rolls the box, they're going to really like the results because, again, I don't think Starks is an excellent slot player. Like we were talking earlier, if the Packers took him, I would play him at outside corner and not have much of a thought about it. But yeah, one of my guys that I talk to a lot every year, man, he said about the Ravens pick, which is so true. Like, this is exactly what the Ravens do. They're like, yeah, you guys don't want to take Starks? We will. Thanks so much. Thanks for your donation. Gosh, I hope if Green Bay can't get it done, I really want them to win the Super Bowl. They got a lot of my guys over there. Isaiah Likely, Kyle Hamilton, Rashad Bateman, big shout outs over there. And now Starks on top of it. Come on. They drafted Ojabo. Travis Jones was one of my guys. Like they consistently do this. And it feeds to the conspiracy theory that DeCosta's on draft Twitter and he knows like people talking about how good these guys are. I think it's a hilarious conspiracy theory. But yeah. So let's talk about Starks here. Gosh, this Ravens safety room is so freaking good. Ardarius Washington can ball too, and he was an undrafted free agent. Sick stuff. Okay. Yeah, Starks to Baltimore is the way here. This we might need to get some jerseys for these two cats. 6'0" and 7/8, 197. Again, the RAS 5'29". Again, I know Hamilton's RAS was still elite because the size was off the charts, but another guy that people kind of overthought at the safety position. And the Ravens are just swooping in and saying, hey, we don't overthink the safety position. We'll take him gladly. So 17 pass breakups and 6 picks in his career. He's got 544 snaps in the box. It's kind of a strong safety. He's got 1191 at free safety running the post. And then 664 at slot, which I think is his weakest spot personally. I think you let Hamilton do some of that. And I think you let Ardarius Washington do some of that. And let Starks be kind of back with all the field vision and instincts and football IQ on planet Earth to go make plays like that. So he's a versatile safety, right? He can be a real asset in any defense, especially a defense that carries a Kyle Hamilton on it. That also helps, right? That helps to be a really good defense than just adding this guy already. Again, route recognition, route combo recognition, really good. The high football IQ, the tackling skill set. He's another guy like Jahdae Barron where he's just in the right spot all the time, whether he's dropping into the holes, kind of the rat coverage, in the covered ones, or he's playing top down, the split safety looks. All of this stuff is really impressive. Running the post, Malachi Starks has two of the coolest interceptions of all time, where he's full extension right at the catch point. Just insane. One of them was a freshman against Oregon. If you search Malachi Starks, those are probably the first two clips that come up. He's so impressive with all of that. Flip the hips and run. He's fluid in transition. He's a little bit of a step slow in the slot, even though the transitions are fine there. I just think the quicker guys are going to give him trouble, right, regarding Starks. So that's maybe why I would play him more as the free safety. Top down, the jaw-dropping ball skills. I love it. Baltimore, you've done it again. You've truly, in the truest sense, have done it again. Well done. Well done. Good job. All right, and we've got 5 more picks in the first. So let's see. What are the Lions going to do? Ezaraku could be the guy, right? Maybe Mike Green? No. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, so the Rams and the Browns are now your two teams who own multiple first-round picks in next year's draft, by the way. The Lions pick is in. It's Tyreek Williams, the very, very good run defender from Ohio State. I don't mind it. I think he's got a lot of work to do to unlock the pass rush skill set, but he's certainly going to control the line of scrimmage with Aleem McNeil plenty when he returns. So if they're working on just, hey, can we occupy 3.5 defensive or offensive linemen with our two guys in the middle? I think they're going to succeed doing that. So, yeah, I that's fine. That is fine. Yeah, I would have imagined, chat. Well, I don't know what y'all think, but like Green or Ezaraku for them. How do they not do that? They didn't want that? They want to be like oops all run stuffers at D tackle? That seems like the move, I guess. Little oops all run stuffers. Man, the Commanders could take Ezaraku, Green, Amos, freaking Will Johnson if they wanted to. That's wild. Freaking Malachi Starks is a Raven. I mean, we know why Green is available. Right? Like we know why he's available. He's got 2 allegations against him, 2. So that's why. And that's why it feels like a Chief or an Eagle. That's why he's still available. Teams aren't comfortable with that, and that's totally understandable. I would start to think about Ezaraku, though, if I were some of these teams. For sure. So just 4 picks left in the night, guys, as we kind of work to a close here from night 1. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got a lot of comments in here and such. Obviously was set to break down the Packers selection overnight into the wee hours of the morning. But no, we're already here. We're here. So that's fun. But yeah, so go check that video out if you haven't. And obviously throw those thumbs up down there, right? Where we've got probably 30 more minutes and we're going to have like a 3-hour, 40-minute first round is all that we're sitting at. And of course, a reminder that we will be here tomorrow night. We will be here tomorrow night breaking down, you're going to have a lot of graphics. There's going to be a lot of analysis and coverage tomorrow night because that's the bread and butter. That's where you find all these starters, right? You can have fun in the first, but tomorrow's going to be it. We're going to have a lot of fun. Got some, I think, guests dropping in as well, but it's going to be it's still going to be fun. We're going to have a good time, but it's going to be buttoned up and analysis that I would want to present to anyone, right? That's to anyone. And I a privilege of doing it for you guys and presenting the analysis, but I want it to be buttoned up and I want it to be in depth and I want it to be, engaging enough. So I hope you guys have enjoyed tonight. As we just have a few picks left. Again, thumbs up, subscribe, tell other friends about the stream. It'd be a lot of fun to have an even bigger party tomorrow night, right? To have some fun. So, yeah, I think, we can, real excited, obviously, for the Packer fans. Got the jasmine, the yellow jasmines on for Green Bay, and it turned out to be lucky for the first round receiver. But as we said, we're going to be breaking down guys, throughout this draft class, once they pick somebody I haven't done a film room on. So, that's always fun. Greg Rice dropping in. What's going on, Greg? Says, how is Golden against man coverage? The metrics would say not good, but again, I've done the full breakdown, Greg. I think against press and against tighter coverage, he does a really good job separating. In and out breaking routes are super efficient. I think the route tree is bearing a ton of fruit, right? He's not limited. He's a perimeter player. I think he's a really good three-phase player. He's an instant impact player. He may not have the ceiling of a Burden or a Tet, but I do think like you're looking at a Deontay, a Chris Olave, a Brandon Cooks, somewhere, kind of meshing all those styles together. Ewers has also ruined 4 receivers. Bond kind of did it to himself as well. But Ewers has hurt Worthy. Ewers has hurt Adonai Mitchell. Ewers has hurt Golden. And Ewers has... I don't know how Texas isn't going to the other guy. Truly. Very, very dumb stuff from them. We haven't broke down Tyreek yet. What am I doing, guys? Guys, I need to be better than that. All right, Tyreek, let's get to him. Again, just a couple stumps tonight. We didn't have Dart and Pierce things ready. I wasn't sure if Pierce was going to be a first-round player or not, but never fear. Tomorrow night we will be all over that. All right, so Tyreek, 6'2" and 7/8", 334, right? 32-inch arm length, 75th percentile 10-yard split. A little bit of explosiveness there in the testing. Right, last 2 seasons, 42 pressures, 5.5 sacks, and 18 tackles for loss. Again, production with these gap controllers aren't going to be off the charts, but you want to see them handle double teams, right? He's got the leg drop technique, right, that we talk about a lot where, it's really a play to win the leverage battle against 2 guys and also, continue to anchor and prevent any second level, landmarks from being hit. So he's going to do all of that, right? The gap control, keep the line of scrimmage from resetting, win the leverage battle, right? Has the grip strength, the core strength, the lower half strength, all of that to do that. He can flash some closing bursts when he is able to get off blocks and make some plays, which is nice. I don't think he's really going to give you much as a pass rusher. Even when he's one-on-one, I just don't think you're going to see that, but the Lions might be more so like looking, and I hate to bring this up because I know somebody brought up Braden Swinson. If you brought that up, I'm going to try to go find that comment about Braden Swinson in a 4-3 with Green Bay, and it might work. It could, but maybe you're going to get a Swinson or a Princely Umammielen on day 2 where you can let Hutchinson and Umammielen be able to tee off because Tyreek Williams and Alan McNeil are controlling the gaps, right? And that's, I think, why. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question, Greg, about Golden against man coverage. Greg, stick around because I've got a stats for some of the receivers in the first round that I'm adding to and making sure we have it pretty full for tomorrow night. Ayers Joy says Revel and Amos, the last guys I have first round grades for that are still available. I'm trying to think if I have any more off the top of my head. I would have to go look. I don't think I had Campbell or Schwess as first rounders, but those are 2 guys that are close. Amos would be the only one, I think, for me. That off the top of my head. But again, I would have to... Oh, no, not Henderson. Henderson's not a 1. Tight ends. Oh, Simmons. Simmons is 1. Yours was throwing the ball. How many wide receivers do we need to trade or cut for the final roster? I don't know. Maybe 1, but I don't know if you need to trade any. Right? Melton and Heath gonna have to get up. I don't know if Mecole Hardman's making the roster either. So yeah, the guys that are in the in some deeper spots in the 3rd string buried on the chart, they're gonna have to make some moves. So let's see here. Melton will be competing for that final spot. Tyreek's a beast. Commanders took Connerly ahead of Simmons. Wow. Yeah, that would be interesting, Joseph, to see Golden's versus man stats down the college football. And what sucks is he probably would have dominated Ohio State too if he didn't hurt the ankle. But yeah, that would be fun to see if there's some metrics to that, because I do think, again, Greg, if you haven't seen the film room on Golden, you should definitely go check it out here as well once we're kind of wrapped up, because I did the film on him because I love the receiver position and I feel like I have a better grasp of it. So it should be very in depth for how he wins and what he does well and what to expect for him in Green Bay. So hope you still look for that as well. It probably contributed to why they took him. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Simmons is still up. It's weird. Greg said, thought we would draft a wide receiver with elite speed and ability to shred man defense. I mean, it kind of looks like they did. If you probably look at the per route basis stuff, I mean, against the best teams, he did a great work, right, when they needed him to do so. His 2 games against Georgia were extremely good, right? He made a couple big plays against Clemson, but Clemson didn't offer any resistance. They could just run the ball all day. He did everything he could to keep them in the game against Arizona State and win it for them. And then he would have just kept going against Ohio State. He probably had like 6 yards per route run in that game because he caught 2 for 34, a sick one-handed guy. So, yeah, definitely check it out, Greg. I appreciate that. Greg said, didn't he say you want to lean into tight end targets more? Yeah, but perhaps with the 4.29 from Golden and your Watson speed, that you may hopefully open up that middle of the field to attack a little bit more. So there will definitely be second-round guys, yeah. Simmons and Will Johnson both have not been picked, and we need to get to Connerly because the Manders took him. So, right, the Manders did take him. Are we 2 behind now? Oh, he did say Russ is our starter. The Zabel did, which I think is fair. You need to sit him, but yeah, Greg. I think this is nice. It's I don't know if Golden's ever going to be like super duper elite receiver, but he's going to be quality, and that's what you're looking for. I think if you're Green Bay, you're looking for quality, and I think they got it. So I think him and Egbuka were the highest floor, immediate contributor players in this draft at receiver, not named Travis Hunter. I think McMillan will get there quickly. I think Burden can get there quickly, but those were the 2 of like you need some buckets and some wins right away. They're going to help you. Well, Greg, you're awesome for checking it out and for hanging out in the stream. So I appreciate that. Let's get to the Commanders and Josh Connerly, shall we? Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., the offensive tackle from Oregon, and I'll tell you what, that they go get Tunsil. And they're not satisfied, which I think is a good thing from them. I mean, I would have taken Simmons, but again, the injury, kind of all bets are kind of off and with that, right? So we haven't even gotten to the receiver metrics that I wanted to show on Golden, because Golden has a stat that he is super high in that others aren't quite as high as him, which I want to get to for sure. Rock Bass, hold the phone if you want to see those metrics real fast. As after I get Connerly done here, to see the stuff on Golden. It'll be up tomorrow if you guys tune in, of course, but because we'll be talking about the other receivers that get picked. But yeah, in terms of Connerly, right, 6'4" and 5'8", 311. This would have been a Packer guy potentially if they were looking for a long-term left tackle who could redshirt. 8.85 RAS. Arm length is pretty good there. The vert is 98th percentile. This is an elite speed player, an explosive player. Does 24 on the bench. 1,881 snaps, a 2-year starter at left tackle for Oregon. This is the insane movement skills, wide zone, outside zone, reach block, second level. I am, send me out in space to take care of the corner on the perimeter type of mover. Wicked jump set, right? I think the reach in the second level blocks, already talked about that. It's super good. He's got really, really quick feet and pass pro. The Penn State game was a real, I think, eye-opener for a lot of people of like, hey, there's some consistency. We can build upon that. I think the hand placement has to improve. He's certainly one of those guys that loves to, bear hug guys and has that shoulder shrug when they're setting where it's like, all right, well, I'm just going to wrap around. But with the movement skills, you can coach that up, I think. So, and again, the play strength to handle speed to power and the gap blocking, that's a bit of a question mark, but he's a great mover. And he could be the guy, I think, opposite Laramie Tunsil for some time if you take the time and the development track and all of that goes the way you would like it to. So I don't mind that. I don't like this for Buffalo, to be honest, based on who's still there. Truly. Bills really took Maxwell Hairston, huh? Okay, we'll get to that. But I want to show that stat quick before the folks clear out of here. Yeah, let's show that graphic real fast. I'm going to pull it up just so we have it. It's not a complete graphic, but it has the notables on here of. So I think a lot of good things, right, with the career yards per route run is something you would definitely want to look at, right? But also first downs per target, right? How often are being targeted and are you converting first downs? And then, of course, first downs per route run is also very helpful. But again, if you're low in the yards per route run, you're probably going to be lower in the first downs per route run. So the first downs per target, I think, is really interesting to look at because when you look at other guys who, are up there, again, are we shocked at the top two guys on this list in terms of the first downs per route run? No, because as I said, these are the instant impact players. Emeka Egbuka and Matthew Golden are your guys that have those high first down per target numbers. And again, I think that tracks, right? Of like, hey, this is reliability. This is a go-to player when we need him to be. And that's I think why they make this move, right? And obviously Egbuka has better production than Golden. He goes before him. And I think kind of all is right with the world in that scenario where, yeah, I understand it, right? First downs per target. These two cats are certainly up there. I think Restrepo's are pretty high. I'll input his tomorrow when we get there for sure. But yeah, here's another one. I think not there. I did one with Tet versus some others. And so if you look at a couple other guys who are close in that number, by the way, right, yards, first downs up per target, look at Jefferson with 4.9. So Egbuka and Golden are close to that number. Garrett Wilson had 4.9. Marvin Harrison Jr. had the 4.84, right? So there are guys that Egbuka and Golden are in that range of, hey, like this is what you want to see, right? Both are higher than London. Both are higher than Tet, right? So, they're both higher than Adunze. Also, another great player in last year's draft. So Egbuka, Golden are in that window of like, hey, these guys are important guys to target when we need the bucket. And I think we got that tonight. So game is just clutch. Yeah, Egbuka is instant impact and help. So Greg Rice says, thank you. I do not feel like throwing up anymore. I wanted help in the trenches because of how Philly worked us on both sides. Hey, a lot of draft left, a lot of draft left. There's definitely, some ways they could go. Real quick also, for those who are here and haven't yet, I'm going to put a link down below because I think what I'm going to do is for those folks who are looking for some stuff tomorrow since the film room's already live. If you go here, okay, Packers fans, if you go there, that link, tomorrow we'll try to go live with some second-round options and day 2 options for Green Bay. Maybe we'll go through a day 2 mock of some things Green Bay could do. I would go to that link and hit that sub button. I know there isn't a lot of stuff there yet, but there will be, once things kind of get going. So I want to make sure. I think we're going to go live on that channel tomorrow for some Green Bay Packers thoughts about. We'll probably break down Golden even more, but we might go live and take a look at some options tomorrow. So just as a heads up, that would be the link to go to. But yes, I'm glad that some people are convinced a little bit more, which is good of the Golden selection. Because again, I think he is kind of a hit me up in the clutch moment that maybe Josh Jacobs and other guys are really going to like, right? Appreciate that, Greg, of course. Goot has to get a rusher. I think so. I think you can have Noel Williams in the third. So if you want to go get a TJ Sanders tomorrow, you go get a TJ Sanders tomorrow. You get a Braden Swinson. Right, those would be guys I would definitely be considering. Swinson would be a great one, I think, as well. But yeah, if we got something. Sure. Yeah. Okay. We'll break down the Bills pick as well. Morrison could follow us, but I want Kennard or Norman Lott. Yeah, Norman Lott's pass rush win rate is off the charts. Okay. So, Maxwell Hairston, let's break the game down really quick. And then the Eagles have taken Jahad Campbell. Because, of course, they have. Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell. Yikes. We'll get to that. All right. Maxwell Hairston, 5'11 and a quarter, 183, 963 RAS, 31-inch arm length. Has the 93rd percentile vert and broad jump, ran the 4.28 40, very fast. 6 interceptions and 10 passes defense since the start of 2023. Allowed just a 67.5 passer rating in 23 and 78 in 24. Some patience and physicality in press at times. He could kind of be like that. I like that Ledyard and Connolly talked about him as like an annoying little brother who can kind of just get on your nerves a little bit at the line of scrimmage. He's got some zone instincts that pop on tape. He's got some, some of the reps in Mobile were really nice where it's a drill designed for the receivers to win. But he's got the closing burst, the recovery speed. He flashes the ball skills and the catch point timing. But again, consistency is my concern, and the size of getting pushed around would be the struggle. There is something off the field that's circulating. Don't know if it's true or not, but it is something that is circulating. He certainly does get too aggressive at times as well, and that can cost him. But again, he has the recovery speed to maybe do that a little bit. So that's the thoughts there. I think Swinson works in the 4-3. I kind of think so. I'm going to go back and watch Swinson tonight while I got a little time, just to double check if he can do that. I know he's got all the pass rush arsenal in the world, but I'm gonna see how he takes on blocks. Go a little check him out and take a peek at what that could look like. So you never know, guys. Schwest could be the guy tomorrow. Greg Rice really believes in Wicks. I do too. I do too, man. I really do. I think year 3 could be big for him. I think it needs to be, because otherwise I think they move forward kind of and put him on the back burner if they extend Watson for a year and have Golden and Reed there. So I'm hoping Wicks can do it, because it'd be really fun to have Golden push these guys. That's for sure. Hairston gives me injury concerns. Yeah, again, that frame is slight. And if he plays at 190, maybe that's helpful, but I don't know. Yeah, Wicks is twitchy and is great. And then the hands are just kind of the problem. I'm with y'all. I think he can put it together, which is why it's definitely, I get it, a little disheartening, right? Coming from you need some help in the trenches, and it would have been cool to land Josh Simmons tonight, or a Harmon, or an edge rusher, or a corner. But again, I think they value Golden very highly to be taking him there. No question. So, Eagles, Jahad Campbell. Let's break that down. Wait, the Eagles took him. They moved up one spot? Oh, someone said that. Someone said Eagles trade up, right? Someone said it. Somebody said that. Yeah, Eagles trade up. Okay. That's interesting. Well, we got the Eagles and Jahad Campbell here. There we go. 6'2" and 7/8, 235, a 987 RAS. Oh boy, that's quite something. Eagles gave Chiefs a 5th round pick. Wow. That's wild. And so, yeah, runs the 4.52 40. That's 96 percentile, 96 percentile broad jump from Jahad Campbell. Obviously, the 98th percentile athlete at 235 at linebacker. 54 solo tackles, 20 pressures, 5 sacks, 12 tackles for loss, an interception, 2 passes defense, and just a 5.9% missed tackle rate in 2024 for Campbell. Insane speed and range. He is an extremely talented linear athlete, Jahad Campbell, right? In terms of blitzing, in terms of, flowing to the perimeter run game and screen game, right? He can definitely do that. He can run the pole on Tampa 2 looks, right? With all that speed, and the blitzing and the pass rushing is really good when he can turn the corner. That closing burst is real. I think he's, again, a better linear than curvilinear athlete. I think there are some struggles to turn a little bit at times, but when you get him going linear, he's extremely talented. I think he does some well in some zone match stuff, and that's maybe why Philly was comfortable taking him. Carrying carrying the vertical routes, right? Picking off guys on, poaching stuff on the in breakers deeper down the field in the intermediate, right? I think he's a great job getting eyes on when there's a 3-by-1 of like, all right, who's coming into my zone? So he does that really well. But again, his processing speed is very slow right now against the run. And the speed covered it a little bit, right? Coming out of, even in the SEC, right? Where you're just that talented of an athlete, but the processing has to get better. And there is definitely a world where even the top 2 linebackers in this class, with all of the athleticism they have, don't pan out because the processing speed doesn't ever get where it needs to be. But the Eagles have no problem waiting on Jahad Campbell to potentially become that guy for them at some point. So Ayers Joy, not pleased. He says, stop getting the front 7 better. Like, stop. Yeah, they're working to repeat, right? It's got to be the goal out there, looking to repeat. And they're doing a pretty darn good job of it, that's for sure. Well, of course the Chiefs did this. We said this. We said, how can they get away with this? Sure. How can you not pick this guy? So Shedeur doesn't go round 1, and the Browns will be able to pick him. The Chiefs are selecting Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, Ohio State. Yeah. Trey Amos does not go round 1. Will Johnson does not go round 1. Shedeur Sanders does not go round 1. Donovan Ezeraku does not go round 1. Mike Green does not go round 1. Definitely some notable names up there. No question. But that's tough. This is a player I would certainly have wanted if I were Green Bay. And it's definitely a rich get richer moment for the Chiefs. Obviously, they brought in Jalen Moore, right, to be their guy, and it's kind of like, that's kind of like maybe this is a Band-Aid option for them. I don't think it's like, oh, this is exceptional, right? I like this a lot for them. If Simmons is healthy, he is. Oh, yeah, Revel. There you go. That's a good call, Joseph. Yes, there's another one that is not in the first, but obviously the ACL. No Morrison. So Green Bay, right, you need corner potentially. And 4 guys you might have considered are out of round 1. That's kind of nice, Know what I'm saying? That's kind of nice. They obviously had some decent intel on that. Maybe they get aggressive and go get Amos tomorrow. I don't know. Don't rule it out. Joseph, will you stay live after the first for a little bit and talk about Golden and Green Bay tomorrow? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that a little bit. If the folks, if the folks want to stick around for a little bit longer, we can do that. We can definitely do that. But we'll see. We got to break down Simmons. Real quick before the kind of the post-show closing time gets going here. But yeah, Josh Simmons, man, I flipped to speaker view. I'm going to get the hang of this tomorrow night for sure. This new scenes thing is in beta for StreamYard, and I like it, and I'm just, But yeah, Simmons was obvious. It felt like this is if nobody, and again, we kind of thought maybe if Green Bay is moving back, right, when we were talking a little longer ago, like, yeah, maybe the Chiefs want to come up for Simmons. They didn't even have to. They got to trade back get a 5th-round pick in the process and still land him. 6'4" and 7'8", 317, 33-inch arm length for Simmons. Obviously no testing because of the injury. 1,130 snaps at left tackle. Also 800 at right tackle. He's played both spots. That flexibility is extremely nice. 5 sacks and 40 pressures allowed in his career, but just 1 sack and 15 pressures allowed in, I guess, 2 seasons, but you could call it 1.5 seasons with Ohio State. Obviously has the patellar tendon injury. He has excellent movement skills, right? This is reach blocks. This is work out to the perimeter, second level blocks. They're super easy for him. Some of the reach blocks I see on film from Simmons are nuts. And so like man, I think, if he's healthy, look out. This is a Chiefs left tackle for 10 years if he's healthy. which I don't think anybody wants to hear, right? I don't think we want to hear this, but I think it's worth the shot for them when they're desperate after what happened in the Super Bowl, of course. So he works low to high, which is really good, right? He gets low and then works up to attack and kind of drive and uproot players on the edge. He's got great knee bend. He's got a strong strike at the point of attack. Like, I think his strikes in the run game are much more consistent than they are in pass pro, truthfully. I think you see him just again, the placement and the effectiveness is so much better because I think when he's shuffling in pass pro, he does that kind of thing where the arms are down and he's not got the arms out front kind of waiting to strike, kind of like the boxer thing would be. They're kind of low and he's trying to gather himself first and then strike. So that's got to get a little bit better, right? And he can't bear hug guys. That stuff we can't have happen. But the movement skills and the footwork and the balance, all of that, the quicks, agility, balance, and strength, those things which I think are core principles, he has all of those at a high level. And that's why even with this injury, this severe injury, he's going, he's going to provide that impact immediately. So I love this for the Chiefs if he's healthy. Like, truly, this is really, really good. This pick, I think the Loveland pick was excellent for the Bears, which sucks. It's the worst. I loved Starks tonight. I'll have to go back and through and think about it, but PTA coming in here, boys. I got to hear about how Lambeau was going. I have to rewatch the stream. Can't wait to see what y'all reaction was when the streak was over. Yo, it's gonna be popping up there. So appreciate the $10 from PTA and Clayton. Those guys are awesome. I know there's a lot of crossover between the viewers here, and I'm sure a lot of y'all were checking them out tonight. I'm sure it was a lot of fun over there. And I can't wait to see what they thought when Golden was the guy, but it is certainly Matthew Golden season. Clayton, it is green and golden. I appreciate you so much for that and that support. Yeah, man, are you guys going to be there Saturday? If you guys are, I'm going to try to get up there. And hopefully we can run into each other, but boy, that was something, huh? I don't know about y'all, but when the streak was over and I saw somebody tweet that, I got chills. I'm like, oh my, there's no actual way that they've done this. Was it the year to take the first round receiver? I think last year was, but I think it's good. I think what Golden does, Clayton, I don't know if you're still here or not, dropping that dono, but what Golden does to me, right? And I brought this up, and I want to bring this up since if you're still here, is this where, and again, this isn't full, but it's got the first round guys on here. You look at the yards per route run, and when the yards per route run aren't high, the first downs per route run aren't going to be high, but the first downs per target are exceptional. Exceptional. Those are Golden and Egbuka, Clayton, and the chat are reaching Marvin Harrison, Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson numbers in that single metric. And again, it's just one metric, right? Doesn't mean anything, but it feels like it's the metric of like when you're targeted, are you making a difference on all of those targets? And the fact that you're teetering on 47, 48% of the time of first down when you're targeted, I think you got to love that, especially on an offense that loves to push the ball down the field, win the intermediate routes deep down the field. Like, that feels really good. And I think that's why it can work for sure. But I appreciate the dono. And I wanted to make sure we dropped that for you because I think that's what gets you excited about Golden. Because, again, not everything is super exciting from a grading and a number standpoint. But, man, when I look at him and I look at Egbuka, I thought those two were the guys that were the instant impact, come in and make a difference from day one. Maybe not the elite ceiling like your McMillans and your Burdens perhaps, right? But they come in and immediately make a difference. And I think that's kind of what Green Bay needs. And, man, Golden and Watson together, forget it. My goodness. I got chills when it was over, truly. But I appreciate that, Clayton, a lot. Thank you so much for that. Means a lot. All the support from y'all tonight have been excellent. If you've been new and this is kind of your first time here, I hope you kind of enjoyed it. If you know it's not and you're a regular, again, I still hope you enjoyed your time here as well. We can kind of marinate on the Golden pick a little bit more if we want to. Get some questions as well. Maybe some thoughts on tomorrow. But I saw Braden Hole check in here. I think you got it, Braden. I think that's a pretty nice first round for y'all in Kansas City. if that guy's healthy, man, he would not be here. he would not be here at all. I think the Patriots would have considered him truly if he was healthy. So that's the type of player you get if he's healthy. And so I'm sure Chiefs Nation, Chiefs Kingdom, real excited about that. Real excited about that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you had a fun draft, Braden. I don't know if you were watching or just chilling, but it's good to see you and hope all is well. Ooh, yeah, okay. We're peaking. There we go. Packers fans are finding it. It looks like us. Oh, Scorton's still there. That's interesting for Green Bay too, actually. Yes. That's true. That's a great point, Joseph. Scorton in the second feels a lot better than Scorton in the first. That's interesting. Yeah, he is probably going to want to trade back because he talked about we don't have a lot of picks yet. Right. Cornerback 3 techs. Yeah, more second and thirds would have been nice. That's a definite. And I don't know who they would. I mean, maybe they would have picked Amos in the trade down. That's possible. This worries me a lot. This is the worry tomorrow. I might be inconsolable if the Bears do the Loveland Henderson thing that I was chatting about. I'm gonna be upset. I'll be upset. But we're not thinking about that right now. Joseph says my comp for Golden is Jennings and Olave. Yeah, I see some Olave for sure. There's certainly some Olave there. I see some Deontay as well. If we get Greg Jennings, yeah, that's an A for sure. There's no question. So, yeah, second on Scorton. I mean, I think I have a 2 or maybe even a late 2 on Scorton. I think the first round edge rushers for me, actually, there are 2 that are available. Still, Green and Ezeraku. Whew, Halfley gonna get interested? That would be sick if he did. Yeah, so that's good stuff. But yeah, let's see if someone tweeted out a graphic of the first round because that's always nice when you have those to go through. But yeah, here's a fun tweet from Ari Merov on who's still available, right, for tomorrow. Shadur Sanders, Will Johnson, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Henderson, Judkins, Revel, Amos, Ursery. Emin Wari doesn't go in the first. Interesting. Mason Taylor, Arroyo, Burden. Burden's a big one tomorrow. I expect that name to be called decently quickly. I know Higgins. I prefer Noel over Higgins, but Higgins, yes. Kyle Williams, Schwessinger, and then Milrow and Shuck also. So a few QBs in there. But yeah, I mean, he only mentioned two defensive ends. I don't know why he didn't. Scorton and Swinson aren't guys he's talking about more, but those feel like Green Bay types. Scorton especially feels like a Green Bay guy. But again, if they met with Birch, I feel like that Birch might be on their radar. So, but yeah, where do we want to go here, guys? Obviously, we're under 4 hours. The first round has been pretty quick in recent years, which I like. Get some rest before the real marathon tomorrow. Yes, Joseph, yes, this is very true. Yes, Scorton did talk about this A&M asked me to be 280 to be that guy, like big time hand in the dirt. You're defending the run first before you kind of attack as a pass rusher, which I think Green Bay will ask him to do, but I think they're probably comfortable if he plays around 260. He's got a wicked spin move. He had one at Purdue and would love to see that. But I think Swinson's a guy I'm going to look at more and really nail down whether or not there would be any interest from Green Bay in that regard. So, yeah, I really want them to tweet. Yeah, this is the weird one, Braden. Yeah, this was strange. Very strange. Again, it wasn't necessarily that Egbuka's a bad player, right? And like he's a really good player. It was just weird. It was kind of like, really? Like they actually did that. Yeah, they actually did that. But, I don't know what Tampa Bay's thinking. I think Tampa Bay, if they felt like that, I mean, clearly, they met with Golden, right? There was kind of like, oh, wow, they might just select Golden. So a lot of people had them. There were some folks, I think DJ might have had him taking receiver in the first. It might have been Golden, not Egbuka, but there was clearly smoke there right before we kicked it off. So it's weird. I feel like Golden would have been a little better because I trust him a little more on the perimeter than Egbuka, but that was a strange selection. All things considered, Barron, Amos, Green and Ezaraku, Jihad Campbell, who I thought was not going to fall past 19. That was very strange as well. Like, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I don't. It's just weird. It's not like, oh, it's bad. But it's weird, certainly. So, yeah. Joseph Gleason says Schwess is still my guy. I don't think we can afford him now, though. Although if you hit on anybody, it's a good pick. Yeah, I mean, Schwess and edge for a long time would be sick, right? But I do think it would be tough not to address defensive line before them. But if a lot of guys go and Schwess is the best player on the board, hey, you going to do that? Go ahead. And this is the other thing with Golden that I was just thinking about, right? Like, would you want to pay $30 million a year for DK or, whatever the rookie contract is, like $1 million or so, $1.5 million and change for a Golden? Like, I don't think that's even close. Oh, my neck is stiff. Oh, after sitting here for like 4 hours. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to these 4-hour streams. It's been a while. So, Braden says, I'm glad Egbuka didn't go to the Broncos, even though I like Barron. Here's the thing, Braden. I'm sure you didn't want Loveland going to the Broncos either, but Loveland is a Bear now, and I'm upset. Okay? But yeah, I get that. Barron is a cool player for them. What about Josiah Stewart? He could be like a Nolan Smith, but I just don't know if he would probably play like Sam Backer for Green Bay more so than even just like true defensive end, right? So maybe that makes sense for them. Maybe that's something they consider if they feel like they can be in base more as a Sam Backer, because Stewart certainly does some things very, very well as a pass rusher. But yeah, I think he's a Nolan Smith where run D. It's all right. It's not bad. But I don't know if Green Bay is going to be willing to ask him to do what they're asking Gary and Van Ness to do, right? So it might be a little bit of a position difference for those guys. So, yeah, I mean, we didn't go for DK. That's a lot of money for DK. DK got the same as Ayuk. I know who I'd rather have. It's not even close. Ayuk's so much better. But, yeah. Yeah, I do. Joseph S., what's going on? Says, I wonder how much Goody was offered to trade back from the Giants and the Falcons. Yeah, I don't know if it was just a couple thirds and Goody felt like he wanted more than a couple thirds. That could have been how it was talked about. Maybe he wanted a 2 and a 4 or something like that. I don't know. That'd be a fun question to ask him. He'd probably never say. But, yeah. So Turtles, what's going on? Says Green and Golden. Do you think Golden will be in full-time snaps right away? I sure hope so. I think he's their best outside receiver right now. No question. And this is this come from a Wicks truther, So yeah. Really, I didn't realize that. Yeah, because they've moved up quite a bit in recent years, haven't they? They went to go get McDuffie, they went to get Worthy. Yeah. That's interesting. Huh. Trade back. And they got one spot out of it. They allowed the Eagles to get Campbell, and I just had that feeling, coming into tonight, like Baltimore, Philly, and Kansas City were just going to get value. I think they did. So that's tough. But, yeah, is what it is. Any chance Quinshon lasts until the 3rd? He's like the last guy in my preferred round 2 guys. Maybe. Still have Henderson. Still have Johnson. After that, I don't know who's going to go next. Personally, I wouldn't take Judkins next. I would take Scadaboo and Harvey before then. But maybe Judkins could last till the 3rd. But it starts to, I think, feel like, you look at Chicago, right? You look at Dallas. You look at others. Who else who really needs one? I guess is really the question I'm trying to ask here. Is well, let me see. All right, who moved down in the first? Do we have an updated order? Maybe Tankathon has one. Maybe it's updated. No, it's not. It's not updated. But I can look through it. San Francisco, that'd be dumb. Maybe Cincinnati. I don't know. Denver didn't take the running back, so Denver could do it, right? Did I say them? I probably said them. No, I didn't. Chicago, Dallas, Denver. LA took one. Carolina, no. Houston, I don't think so. Baltimore, no. Maybe Washington. So maybe 4 teams in the second round. So that's not impossible that Quinshon lasts to the third. I don't think he's going to last super long in the third if he does, but it's not impossible. I think there's a chance, certainly. Cowboys could go in a different direction. They could, right? They could take Schwess. There's been a lot of talk about that. Obviously, they took Booker. So they could do that. They could take the corners if they keep falling. The Bears could go trenches after taking Loveland, right? Little Ursary and Scorton action for those 2 picks, perhaps. So they could avoid it. Denver could avoid it if they wanted to, although I feel like they won't. That could be Quinshon, though. Denver at 51, I think, is your biggest hurdle for this. So down for Schwessender, says Joseph. Does JJ like the Golden pick? Yes, JJ and I are both quite in on Golden. Again, it was the first downs per target thing, I think, that really it was the selling point. Airjoy says, I really like Olave's play style, so if you see that in Golden, then I'm all that much more for it. Yeah, I think I see some. Again, I think my first instinct was Deontay Johnson, and I think we forget that Deontay had some acceleration to his game early in the career. When you watch him at Toledo, he's springy and he's moving past guys pretty well, but I think he's got a little more jetpack to it. It's like a Brandon Cooksy version of Deontay. Brandon Cooks Deontay. Is that a thing? It works. We talked about the Veach trade down. That's very different. Lions pick a shock. Maybe a little, but again, if they're just going to truly play gap control there with 2 guys in the middle, then I get it, right? They can go get a pass rusher. They could get an Armand Membu tomorrow, right? That could be somebody that they're targeting, or an Ezeraku, or a Green if they really want to move up, right? That's what Detroit could do. But Tyreek and Aleem McNeil is a lot of beef. A lot of beef in the trenches. I don't think they're going to be upset about that. It was weird. Not as weird as Egbuka to Tampa Bay, per se, but it was a little strange. But there was a lot of talk about Tyreek going in the first. So, honestly, the Lions and the Vikings had 2 of the weirder picks. Yeah, I guess maybe, but I mean, Jackson should be that 5th spot to fill, because I don't think they had a 5th guy. Right, because they have Darisaw, they have O'Neal, Kelly, Will Fries, and then presumably Jackson. So that would be I think that would complete it. I know maybe it's weird because all the DBs were there, right? Amos, Johnson, Revel, Starks, Worry, all of the DBs essentially, other than Barron and Hunter. So yeah, that was maybe weird, but he's a good guard. He's a good guard. Judkins to the Bears in the 3rd with Henderson in the 2nd. Guys, stop putting the Henderson to Chicago thing out in the universe. We got to stop doing that. If they go Loveland Henderson, I will not be okay tomorrow night. Smitty and Tyler are in here. Hope the stream went well, fellas. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope Mid-Kuiper had a good time tonight having a chat. It's Matthew Golden season. It's been 23 years. The streak is over. I got to say, guys, when if you're both here, I got some chills. I saw the first person tweet, the streak is over. Just kind of no caps, no exclamation point, just kind of almost a relief type of thing of it's actually done. We've actually done this. It's over. Got some chills. It wasn't maybe my preferred selection there, if I'm being completely honest. But I like it nonetheless. Gotta love that guy. Golden's a stud. Big fan of his. I think he makes that room better. And I'm excited to see Golden play with Watson at some point. truly, because I think Watson's gotten a lot better and probably surpassed my expectations before, the unfortunate ACL tear. But I would love to see those two play together, truly. Yeah. So, yeah, again, fellas, hope it went well. And I'll see Smitty tomorrow night. We're going to a little bit I'll be able to save my voice a little bit tomorrow night, which is always appreciated as we're trying to grind through some of these videos here post-draft. But, fellas, Harmon, how are you guys? You guys got to be feeling good about that. Was there some relief in the room? I can't wait to rewatch that part of your stream. I'm excited to see how that goes. And Mid Kuiper's reaction to the Hunter move up. That was kind of wild. So, yeah, the Harmon pick is cool for Pittsburgh, really, truly. I talked a little bit about this, guys, about Harmon of like, can you interchange him and Benton from the 1 to the 3 and like moving them around? And like, I think that makes them so interesting with those 5 guys up front. I love that for them. Lions went straight grit mentality and not for the better. It was a little weird. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry, guys. That's tough. Shoot. That's kind of lame that it got leaked early. I know you're not happy what happened at 27, though. I know that that wasn't fun. But I think Harmon probably helps that ease that one a little bit, right? With like, oh, they took Starks, but we got Harmon. So that's got to be good. So, heck yeah. That's cool, though. That's cool for you guys to get Harmon. Yeah, tomorrow. Let's see here. Do we have... Gosh, could someone tweet the graphic of the first-round picks? Please do that? Oh, come on, man. Somebody tweet that. Somebody tweet that stuff. Smitty, I got to check my final one. I definitely have to check my final one on that. Let me get back to you on that. I don't have it in front of me. I know I got Jackson in there. I don't know. I don't think I had Booker. For sure didn't have Booker. So that's one off there. Who else did I not have I don't think I had Pierce, so that's probably another one off of it. I don't know how many player team fits I'm going to get. I probably got Campbell. I mean, the 3 of the first 4 were probably the easy fits. I don't think I did Walker. I think I did Stewart to Cincinnati because the Bengals reporters were all over that. I don't know if I got to 8-player team fits. Smitty's just on another level. Smitty, you got to get into Huddle Report, man. If you aren't already. So, yeah, I gotta figure that out. Kawano, what's going on? Oh, Joe's not going to let you hear the end of how right he was on Golden. That's fun. That's fun. Oh, the Giants traded up for Dart. That's right. Yeah. If you got that one. I mean, I think DJ had that right. Not to that spot, but he had him to like 18 or something. Oh, Shadur. And Ezaraku. Yeah, those 5 for sure I had in the first. Those 5 for sure. Which would have been no Pierce, no Booker, no Dart for me. Those were 3 of the 5 at least. Probably Tyreek. Yeah, Tyreek would have been one. I definitely got Hairston in there because I figured he was going to be the Rams or Bills selection. I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to figure it out. We'll be able to go over it tomorrow, Smitty, and on the show to start things off. Because, yeah, I probably didn't have Warren either. The player team fits for me are not going to be very full, I imagine. Wow. That's pretty good. Both having trade up for Dart to 25 or 26. That's impressive stuff. Sorry. A little mic adjustment this late in the show. That's pretty sick. Oh, Scorton. Interesting. Okay. No, I don't think I put him in the first. There's got to be somebody else I didn't have. Well, I already had that big list. Hold on. So official attendance for Green Bay for Green Bay's draft night one was 205,000. It's big. Didn't have Judkins. Didn't have Revel in the first. Ooh. Definitely at Emin-Wari. That's the other one. That's the other one for me for sure. Definitely at Emin-Wari in the first. The good news is we were only stumped twice tonight with the graphics. Simply because I couldn't finish darts in time. Because there was a lot of stuff. The QB ones are big and they're girthy with all the info. So I didn't have Pierce or Dart ready to go tonight with the graphics. But I'm setting the over-under tomorrow. And it's an interesting over-under. Right? 5.5 for the graphics we won't have for the show tomorrow. You can take the over if you like. Bet against me at your own risk. But I'm setting it at 5.5. But at that moment, yeah. Ezaraku, man, I'm just surprised he's falling. I don't know. I just saw a lot from him and Green. I feel like those were two of my favorite guys. Green's is more understandable than Ezaraku to me, but because Green has the off field, but very strange. Yeah, Scorton. So Scorton I had Smitty. I had those 5 off, and then I didn't have Scorton, but I had Emin-Wari. So that would have been a 6th one for sure. So, Dart doesn't deserve a graphic. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. Joseph had Pierce to the Lions. That's pretty good. Yo, the Falcons. That was wild, giving up a first. Rams are just like, yeah, we'll cook. Let us cook. The Rams are probably going to land like Revel or Amos tomorrow somehow. Because, of course, they are. Being able to move up from there. But that was slick from them. Ward, Carter, Campbell, Walker. Oh, yeah. Zabel to Seattle. Yep. That's for sure. I would think. I didn't have Dart. I'll have to check it. I will have to check it. It's on my laptop. It's not on the desktop setup. So I'll have to take a peek. Need to count all them, but I have most positions for teams and a good amount of players. Yeah, we'll definitely have to go over those to start the show. I think I got Stewart right, if I'm not mistaken, because again, I'm pretty sure I bought into like the Bengals folks who were talking about. Oh shoot! It's a good time for the mic to be done for the night. But yeah, thought Mikel was early. Mikel Williams was a strange one. But again, there was already talk. There was already talk about like him going 8 or 9 to Carolina and New Orleans. So I think I might have had Banks to Chicago, which was difficult. Yeah, that's really the question, right, Tyler? I mean, 1 next year in 2 seconds. That's nuts. But passing on Hunter is tough. Oh, you had Starks to Baltimore. So, Smitty, you were already set up for that disappointment. That's good. At least, you know. That's sick, dude. Have you gotten 8 before? I feel like you got 8 another time 1 year, right? Was that the 8? Was the 8 the 1 year? That was 2 years ago, right? With Broderick and company? Is that when you got that, I think? Yeah, maybe they could find a Travis Hunter for those picks. That'd be kind of sick. Well, let's see, because so tomorrow they'll have 33 and 36 tomorrow, because they didn't move up after doing that. I imagine they're going to take Shedeur tomorrow. 36th. They took Graham. Burden? Maybe? Maybe go Burden? I don't know. What do y'all think? What do y'all think Cleveland does with 33 and 36 tomorrow? Shedeur, Burden? We could just recreate him. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you even can. Do they? Milrow? Milrow could be good. Milrow could be interesting. Gosh, we still have 21 people in here. What are y'all doing? You should go to bed. Got a big day tomorrow. So. Oh, jeez. Milrow Henderson. I am speed. So that would be insane. I'm just praying the Bears don't get Henderson tomorrow. They already got my favorite player in the draft in Loveland. Do you realistically see Hunter reaching wide receiver one skill set? I see that for corner, but not receiver. I see it for receiver. I think he's like another Jefferson. You don't see players move like he does. He is truly crazy. The twitch, short area acceleration, right? That one, it's incredible to watch. Yeah, that one. Oh, Smitty, don't. It was worse than Rome. It was worse than Rome. I'm not joking. I was not having it when the Bears picked Loveland. I was not having it. That sucked. So yeah, that's it, Kawano. That's exactly it. Like, why? It really had to be that. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been, just anybody else, just any single other team. Truly, Indy, Seattle, Denver, I don't care. It had to be them. So it had to be them. He's got twitch and the route running doesn't convince. But you got to remember, he's trying to play two positions. If he focuses at receiver, he could be the first $50 million receiver per year, truly. You just don't see that type of movement skill. Like when you have that type of movement skill and throttle control and all of that, like, to me, that just signals. And again, he has all that football IQ. Like, he knows what corners are expecting and all of that. Like, to me, that signals, like, I have all the answers to the test. I know what corners are looking for. I know the keys. I know how to move them and get them out of position. Right. Like that to me signals like he has all the mental stuff that can reach the ceiling and all the physical stuff to set the early floor. So like, that's where I would, that's just how I see it with him. I just feel like he's in a completely different tier than any other receiver. But yeah, playing both ways would be a load. That's why I thought Cleveland was perfect, because they have a lot of corners in the room and he could just take over as the wide receiver one and Judy can flank him. Like that would have been real simple. But now Jacksonville has a terrible defense and he might just moonlight at receiver, which sucks for me at the 1-2. I don't know what to do now. So I hope Thomas and Hunter playing together, if that indeed what happens, is nuts. But again, Liam Cohen as a play designer, giving Hunter a package, makes perfect sense. They're going to have Campbell and Hunter at corner. So, but again, I don't know. That could be, maybe he's answered questions and Cohen and was it James? Is it James Robinson? That doesn't sound right. Whatever the GM's name is. But like, I would be curious as to hear what their plan is, because obviously they were talking about making the offensive splash tonight. That's one way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Giving up a lot for that. But again, he is truly Gladstone. Thanks, Smitty. Yeah. Like, I wonder what his thoughts are. I'm probably going to go watch that presser and just hear. So I do think that will be very interesting to see how that pans out in Jacksonville. Ravens for Ezeraku was a good one. I might have had that as well, Joseph, actually. That seems correct, I think, for me, because I was like, yeah, they need some edge rusher. Ojabo, Owe, and Ezeraku probably better. I think that's what I had too. I think I had Starks going to well, maybe Buffalo. Because I might have had I don't know. I might have had Amos. No, I thought I had Campbell at Tampa. I'll figure it out. We'll have it. I'll have the mock tomorrow. I'll find it. There was so much going on today, getting ready for this sucker. So, CF40 said, I warned you about first-round tight ends. I think he's going to punish all of us because he's in Chicago. He's going to be Laporta. Maybe better, which sucks. Yeah, Tyler, they're definitely asking Trev to figure, especially if Gladstone and Cohen come out and go, yeah, no, he's playing receiver. That's not even telling the media that he's playing receiver. That's the Key and Peele anger translator. Trevor, you better figure your crap out type of thing, you know? So, yeah, the Duval thing was very funny. But I will say Cohen is a really good play designer. And if they're going to, I bet they'll draft a running back potentially at some point this weekend, which I think will help them too. But they could obviously use defense. They could get a C.J. West, a Jamari Caldwell type of player. But, yeah, better than Laporta? Yeah, better than Laporta. Did I stutter? Did I stutter? No, I didn't stutter. I mean, Chris, if you haven't watched the video, go watch the video. He's running blaze outs from the perimeter. What tight end's doing that I can also block? I'm looking for him. Draft the other ETN. That'd be fun. Both ways in that humidity might be tough. Yeah. Maybe they'll just ask him to be a receiver. I don't know. Chris says elite ball skills for Golden. I mean, they're very good. I would say Hunter has elite ball skills, but Golden's are very good. Hey, the video's up, Chris. If you want to go take a peek back at it, Golden video's already there, which is great news. So, well, I think that we might have to call it. It's 11:23 Central Time. We got a big show tomorrow. Smitty's going to be joining us. You have a Travis Hunter vid? You know I do. You have to ask that. That tells me you're not paying attention on the channel enough. That tells me that, you might not have seen all the videos, which does not please me. But, I'm kidding. But, yeah, it is there. So, you can definitely go check that out and see what Jacksonville's getting there, which is, the way. But yeah, you listen to it going to bed. The Hunter one, interesting. I feel like the Loveland one is the most soothing video on the channel for sure. Not anymore. I have to put Chicago Bears in that title. I hate it here. Okay? I hate it here. Truly. Looks like the Steelers fans have found. Looks like the Steelers fans might have found the Harmon video, which is great news. We love that. After hearing you ooze about Hunter, I wanted to hear the breakdown. I mean, it's next level. After that UCLA game at corner, you just knew he was different, and then you watch the corner stuff go. Like, it's the way. So, yeah, I think on that note, we're gonna we're gonna call timeout. We're gonna call one and get back to it. I did say for the Packers fans, if you're not following the Weekly Cheddar channel, I'll put it in this chat again, okay? Because yes, there's gonna be Packers coverage still on this one, and I know you guys know that, but the live show is gonna move to the different one, and we'll add obviously content onto that. Tomorrow will probably be live, midday-ish. Kind of maybe talk some Packers secondary options. So there might be a little bit of that, for sure. We'll kind of talk through that. Maybe go through a round two or a day two, and maybe day three added onto it. Mock draft. I know PFF Simulator lets you use the first round results, which is sick. So we might do that tomorrow. Go live for an hour, answer some questions. So if you tune in for that, Packers fans, I'll probably try to share it here on this channel as well. But I appreciate y'all I hope y'all enjoyed it tonight. This was fun. I'm glad we got to, have this thing rolling again. And I know you got a lot of options out there in terms of stuff. And I know some folks were probably popping back and forth on some tonight. What I will say is if you want, something to rewatch because you've been here all night, I encourage you to do two things. I encourage you to watch Around the 412s because Mid Kiper Jr. is going to provide that elite entertainment. If you want to hear some buttoned up stuff, not that the boys at Around the 412 didn't do a good job tonight because I can't wait to watch it after this. But the Couch Potato General Manager folks, right? We had Juice on last night, do that mock with us. They broke everything down tonight as well. So I'm sure you could probably find their reaction to the golden pick. I can't wait to hear that as well because I'm sure they got me in mind when that happens. So those are two streams you should go check out. I know probably a lot of you check out PTA, and I know I've seen you over there, but those are two other ones I suggest you can go rewatch because I'm sure they were a fun time as well. But thank you all so much. If you can thumbs it up on the way out if you haven't already, that would be awesome. And again, tell people about tomorrow night. Tyler says might see us tomorrow night as well. I've heard the news. Nate texted me, I think, right after we went live about maybe, oh man, Golden's picture with the, oh gosh, it's incredible. That Golden picture, I'm framing that on my wall. No, what was I saying? I already forgot. Oh, I got text from Nate. That's right. We got enough time. The draft is long. I'd love to hop on. I'm going to ask him if he's going to hop on tomorrow. Nate joining in 2029. Yeah. Tyler, Nate traded back. He didn't want to pick in 25. He's trading. He keeps trading back. He's like the Oklahoma City Thunder. He wants all those picks later to make. But no, we'll see. Maybe Nate can come in and hang out. That would be a lot of fun. The Mobile folks coming in. Maybe we'll get Richie in there to have a chat. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be the same thing. Right, we're going to have all the graphics ready. I got a lot of work to do on those to get that ready, but I set this, okay, because I want to have some fun tomorrow night. Yeah, Eric's Joy, Nate could be joining us. We'll see. Pat Fryer Youth maybe as well. That'd be a good time, right? But like, we're going to have the graphics. I'm setting this. This is our over-under. Okay? You can bet on this if you want to in your own heads and think that we're going to miss more than 5 graphics, 5.5 tomorrow. Bet at your own risk. Okay? We're going to have all those graphics ready. From pick 33, which is Milroe or Sanders, all the way to 104, which will be somebody like Ty Robinson from Nebraska, because we're going to have his ready. Rev Trev, what's going on? Pops in, says who we get in rounds 2 through 4. Man, y'all really going to make me do this, huh? Let's see if we can get it done. Is the mock simulator updated? No, yes, it is. All right, here. Wow. We're going to do this, huh? Okay. Got it. Well, Rev Trev got me interested, and they fill these, so this is sick, by the way. So let's find out. Let's do a little quick little look-see here as to how things might go. We're on turbo. Perfect. Cool. All right. Lots of options. Swinson goes, Schwest goes, Watts. Yeah, everybody's going to be lined up for Watts tomorrow. Scorton goes to Chicago. We knew that was going to happen. The Saints took Henderson. That sucks. Yeah. A lot of those guys go right away, and they probably will. That might be the same over-under, actually, Tyler. I'm pretty sure it's also 5.5 for player team fits I got tonight. I'll have to double check. Guys, we don't need receipt. Okay. Well, I'm picking Darius Alexander. Sorry, not sorry. Who else? What else do we want to do? I wanted to pick Norman Lobb, but I saw Darius Alexander. I got too excited. Very sorry. Edge, what do we like? No. Yeah, Edge just kind of dries up. But again, I think they're believers in Yeah, we got to do that. Okay. Hassanin, man. Listen, I got curious. Okay. I got curious as to how this could go. Gosh, it's going to be tough not to take Ty Robinson or Jonas Sanker. Gosh, you're really going to make me double dip here? Oh, sicko hours alert. Goodness sakes. Yeah, I don't really want to take Logan Brown this early. I don't love the edge group here. Hassanin's fun. And no Fannin. I think we're fine. I think we're comfy. Could do this though. Could do this. All right, let's double dip. Who do y'all like more, Ty Robinson or Josh Farmer? I think Farmer's got some high end traits, but Ty Robinson. Let's go Ty. No. Wait, Hold on. All right, we're double checking this. Okay, 63305. Peebles? Interesting. That could be fun. Farmer? I think Farmer or Robinson is really the question we're asking. I imagine Jared Ivey is gone. He's usually listed as edge. Yeah. All right. I know he's inconsistent, but man, 35-inch arm length, baby. Okay. They didn't like that too much. Oh, well. Draft Jaden Higgins, it says. What are we doing? PFF, come on, bro. Draft Jaden Higgins, why? But there you go. I mean, Darius Alexander, Noah Williams, Josh Farmer would be kind of sick. I don't know. It's not bad. Yeah, in retrospect, it would be nice to do a CJ West and Farmer, or Femi could be interesting too. Yeah, that's another one. We'll go through all this tomorrow on the weekly Cheddar channel and do that. We'll go through some scenarios. We'll pick which one we like if we want to do that. But listen, we gotta call it. We gotta call it. And I hope you all enjoyed the kind of graphic behind. That's a sick background. Wanted to level it up a little bit for this year. But thank you guys again so much for sticking around, and Smitty and Tyler for coming in and hanging out. Rev Trev for joining us late. Kawano joining us late. And then for all those who were here all night long that were watching that may not even be here anymore. But a lot of the Josephs, Rock Bass, Ayers Joy was here a lot. And said Joseph S., Joseph W., Joseph Gleason, right? I know SDM40's been here. Daltanian Wade popped in when they made the pick, and I know a lot of y'all came in with that. Prince Gapsace and Jimmy Walker. If I missed you, let me know. Ed Madden, I know we were talking. My dad was in here, of course. United Bates, I saw y'all. Lee. I know Nate was in here for a moment. Ian was in here first, which was always fun. He was in here at 6:40. Those are the real ones, the ones who are coming in. I know Nick Valente, one of my guys from the camp that I do. He was in here laughing his butt off at the freaking the Colston Loveland reaction. My sister and her boyfriend were both in here. Always appreciate their support, and I'm sure my grandparents and aunt and uncle were watching too, which is always very sweet of them to do, and all that support means a lot. And if I missed you, please let me know. Call me out if I missed you in the chat tonight. But it was a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you all are ready for tomorrow, because it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. We're going to have a good time. So, yeah. Thank you guys again. Hit that like on the way out. We got to get some sleep, but I don't know, man. I think I want to break down a player. Who should I break down? That's the real question. Who should we break down? I got an energy drink in the fridge. I'm trying to think. Starks for Baltimore? We like that. I'm trying to think, but if you got suggestions, y'all let me know. But good night, everybody. Take care again. Maybe like early afternoon tomorrow. If some are around, we'll probably go live for the Packers on Weekly Cheddar. Jihad for Philly. Actually, you know what? That's true. Shoot, I did tell I do owe I feel like I owe the Philly fans a little bit because they have the Philly fans. That's the highest viewed video here. So you better tell your friends about the golden one so it passes it. That's something to think about. Pierce to Atlanta. That's actually not bad because the SEC won't ban me from life for just posting the end zone view. Jihad Campbell might be a little trickier. But the Eagles fans really treated me well with the Cooper DeJean one, so I might have to do that. But I was hoping Amos was going to get picked tonight so I could do that one. That was like the easiest one. Maybe Grant or Nolan or something like that. We'll figure it out. But yeah, again, thank you all so much. Chris, and I know came in late as well. I didn't mention you, I don't think, but now I did. So I think I got everybody. But yeah, get some rest, everybody. Big day tomorrow. Lots to break down. Should be a lot of fun. And yeah, make sure you get those bets in for over under 5.5 graphics missed tomorrow. Okay. If you're over, that's fine. That's just extra motivation for me. But yeah, thank you guys again so much. Go Pack Go. And gosh, it's been a great weekend already. And we've only just begun. But again, thank you so much. Good night to everybody. And thank you again.